Good morning. Happy Thursday, OTC fam. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Everything is right in the world. Zuckerberg's getting hammered. GDP's up. Let's friggin' go. How's everybody feeling? Bank of European Central Bank. Thank you for that, crypto. I know we were expecting that with the 75 basis points hike. Got it over here too, guys. There you go. Commissioner Gordon has been on the phone, Germ Corp. He said we need a hero. So we're holding out for a hero. Saucy Fredo, Saucy. I seen you in the chat earlier. I love that you still have optimism, buddy. I seen you were able to get out of Meta. I think you said you took a $120 loss. Tough beat because I think you were right about Instagram and all that. I think it just needs more time. But I think the positive side of Meta's earnings, daily average users still up. And I'm not trying to defend Zuckerberg, but I like that they reeled in that spending like we talked about. I mean, I know $5 billion a year is still pretty much a lot of money to be spending, but at least there is kind of some cap on what they're doing with the metaverse. I know, Saucy, I know, and it sucks, especially when, like I said, I think you had a lot of right information on it, and maybe the stock tanking was to send a point to Zuckerberg of, hey, we're not gonna just keep wasting money, because the numbers as far as Facebook still being, almost 2 billion users a day, like it's still popular. So I think they need to shift gears. I would not be surprised. So what a lot of the talking heads are calling for, Saucy, is for Zuckerberg to go to the administration and basically, ask nicely for them to ban TikTok. Well, GDP coming in higher than expected. We're seeing energy, the first to Meta, almost falling under $100.04 right now on Meta. But yeah, I think Saucy, we can't ignore this rally coinciding with big tech stocks like Google, like Meta, seeing large declines. Now, will it hold up? That's another question, Saucy. We still got two heavy hitters left tonight as far as tech, communication, the sector that kind of, these companies like Meta, like Amazon, they're I don't think you can allocate them to one sector with all that they have their hands in. Yeah, and Tesla, I thought we may have, Teladoc did kill it yesterday. Teladoc killed it. Tesla, we got, I'm not sure if this is any new news about the investigation into the self-driving, but the way that they're wording it throughout mainstream media, that it's a criminal investigation, I think that's a little bit overblown. What else we got? We got Ford, who had their earnings yesterday. They're down about 2%. Mullen up 5% in the pre-market. Mullen with their test drive thing today. What was that news about? What it was that I was in the midst of getting Nikki ready, Mr. Burry. When I seen that, can you repeat that for me? I love your humor, Daniel, because sometimes I really don't know if you're joking or being serious. I just seen something about Tom Cruise and a mullen. Junk Savvy dropping all that good news. Thank you, Junk Savvy. Australia's markets regulator ASIC is suing BPS Financial on allegations that the company behind the coin digital token made false, misleading, or deceptive representations that consumers will be able to exchange coin tokens for other crypto assets or fiat currency through independent exchanges, and that an increasing number of merchants would accept it. Well, you got to be careful out there writing checks your butt can't cash. Merck, 14% top line growth, 18% for currency conversion, 22 cents a share to invest in new developments, profit beat, fueled by diversified applications of Keytruda. Yeah, I did catch a little bit of... I don't think he's the CEO now, but he's about to get promoted. I forget the gentleman's name. With Merck. Their big talk, Junk Savvy, is the mRNA cancer vaccines, which we'll see where those go, but I know they're investing a lot of money in that. But you're right, Keytruda was the key for them. U.S. weekly initial job rates coming in lower than expected, 217,000 against a 220,000 estimate. And again, GDP up 2.6% against a 2.4 estimate, and last quarter breaking the streak of 2 negative quarters. So we're back, baby. For now. So Facebook CEO in a surprise news conference after results walks out. Oh, why'd you retract it? Oh, walks out of a Black Eyed Peas concert and says it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Saucy. That's what I'm saying is we can't ignore that fact that the market is still green or greenish with these huge swings in big powerhouse companies. I mean, we've seen Meta. They knocked, I believe, somewhere around 80 billion off their market cap in the first 20 minutes after earnings were announced. So not seeing that and not seeing them drag the market down, you know, do I think that everything's solved with this good GDP? I don't think so, but... Oh, it was a Wyclef Jean concert. Well, you know, it's the same thing. I think maybe the Black Eyed Peas opened up for him. Got it started up in her. You never know. All right, guys. 21 minutes till the casino opens. And, yeah. Well, the fact that ARK is holding so well, too. You know, with tech getting hit so bad the last couple days, Saucy, ARK had a nice day yesterday. All things considered, you know, finished in the green and is up 2.5% today at 38.86 in the pre-market for ARKK. Good morning, my lady. Great to see you. Arctic Fox Alaska, what's up, brother? Cheers, my man. Tough to drink coffee as Batman. What you looking at over there, Enzo?
Weeble telling me that I literally cannot use their platform if I don't download this. Literally saying right this moment, telling me I cannot go. And I only have the option to either quit now or update.
It would seem like all signs point to quit. CVS Frog, good morning, CVS Frog. Great to see you. Is that Weeble Desktop giving you that problem?
Yep. Oh, and it's funny because I just updated the entire thing that I've been basically for 2 years not wanting to do, and it took me all of 4 seconds. That makes me feel very. Anyway, I don't know. I haven't even looked at my charts. Meta being down 22% though is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it kind of is, but like I said, I think it was. I think it's more of a message to Zuckerberg of, you know, we're not going to keep investing in this garbage.
We're not gonna take it.
I mean, if anybody watches commercials out there, and you've seen the commercial for the metaverse, it's something you would think was like a website for Disney kids. Like, oh, this is kind of cool. People look like Minecraft characters, and it's you, and it's stupid. It is stupid, and I'm a gamer. I try to keep up with technology, stuff like that, and I've given it every chance in the world, but it's not for the amount of money that they're putting into it, the improvements, and not happening. And I've still yet to see any kind of, in the gaming world, which I know that's not the only aspect of it. I know that, you know, the bigger applications are the office workspaces and things like that. But number one, with people going back to the office, that stuff isn't as necessary. That's why we've seen Microsoft take a hit. So you got that end of it. And then on the gaming end, you're not seeing any big names getting in it. You know what I mean? You're not seeing the companies like Activision, companies like that move the video game market. You're not seeing any of them. You're not seeing Blizzard get involved. You're not. So reeling Zuckerberg in, I think that it hurt right now, but I think for the long term, that's big. It's like the boss's son. They've given him an allowance, like, here, go banana off with this $5 billion every year and leave us alone. Let us run this company. Like that's the way that I see it. Good call there, Saucy. If they stopped the metaverse, it would be at 180, but they know they stopped growing, so they need to pivot. Yeah, and I mean, I think it'll exist. I don't think the metaverse is going completely away. I think Zuckerberg's aspirations are just too high for it. Too high, trying to get too big too fast. But again, the daily user numbers still there, still growing. So there is room. Yeah, Arctic Fox, Martin Apollo. I'm waiting to see him today and see what he ran that Epics up to. Because, boy, he called it, and you were in here, Arctic Fox. He called it down at the $2.30 mark. I know he missed the double down. He wanted to double down at $3, but he called it correct. It ran up to 510 high yesterday. And EPIX settled in at 482 with 180% gains. And Enzo, do you think throughout the day today, do you think the market will still be kind of holding its breath, waiting on Apple and Amazon, or do you think because the earnings, what we've seen so far, do you think that a little bit of that fear is gone now, and maybe priced into some of those, as we've seen a little bit, you know, of decline on both of those stocks over the last 2 days? Do you think that earnings has maybe shrunk the impact a little bit due to these other earnings that have come out?
No, I think that's what everybody's assumption's going to be.
Okay.
I think unfortunately, no. There's more than likely no. It's not going to just all of a sudden.
That's a great sign too, crypto. Sorry, that's very true. That Yeah, people have to buy gas and food. It's bad timing for the metaverse. Yeah, I agree on that. I think that is, well, I think it gives Powell more fuel to keep raising hikes, Saucy, which in turn I think is good. I mean, I look at that. It might not be good market wise per se in the short term, but I think we still need to get inflation under control. So I think this good news, and I mean, good earnings for McDonald's equals good for future earnings for healthcare too. So you can always play that angle, Saucy. Good to know that we're still supersizing our McRibs. What else we got? mCloud and Google Cloud partner to launch trio of sustainability apps aimed at curbing carbon emissions worldwide. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Burry, I think in the education sector is where I think VR can have the most impact. Depending on how it's applied. But could you imagine teaching a history class and having your students being able to be inside that world? I think there's crazy potential there. Whether there's enough money there to sustain something like that, I don't know. Standard Lithium shares trading higher after the company announced it successfully commissioned its first direct hydroxide conversion pilot plant. Mr. Enzo, Santa putting you on the spot there. What's the next resistance line after 385.10? And good morning, Mr. Santa, on the spy. Oh, there's our friends. Welcome, ladies. Hello, ladies. You here for the show? Caesar, I wanted to talk to him.
385.39.
385.39. Oh, look at that. Birdie, who would have ever thought? Shell earnings as expected this morning. What was it? I seen Junk Savvy between Shell and somebody else. I think it was like $9 billion in profits. 4 billion share buyback. What's the scrutiny going to be on that? So that's the thing, Birdie. I feel like we can see the same with Exxon and Chevron tomorrow. I think we could see the same. I think we could see record because I think there's enough smoke screen right now, Birdie, with GDP coming in good. I think they can slide it right under, come in with good earnings. Plus, with the narrative being shifted to the rise in energy right now is kind of a signal of us that we're not going to have a recession. And now that recession fears are gone, we're going to see energy pick up. Now, it's a complete lie, that theory, but let's go with it. Let's follow them down that road because we know why energy prices are going to go up. It's not because we're signaling that the economy is good and we've avoided a recession. Holding some gold and silver calls next week. Another question for you there when you got a second. Enzo Saucy asking what you see resistance on SLV.
Oh. SLV, V is a Victor? Oh, yeah, iShares. Silver is... What was he looking for? Resistance?
Yeah.
$18.40. I mean, other than $18.21 that you can see in a daily, you're looking at $18.40 being the red candle base down October 4th. You're using the 1780 as support?
Perfect. Thank you for that. HBO. Harvard Biosciences.
Oh, remember earlier I was talking to somebody. I was talking to Caesar C. I told everybody that this was going to happen to Meta 6 months ago. I have 7240 on my chart. That's the only line, by the way, that I have in this area. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. However, I do have one downtrend that takes it to exactly what I told Caesar this morning. I'm not even joking. $88.
88. I think that's what Saucy's got as a low too. So you guys are probably both spot on there. I believe that's the same price he was looking to pick some more up at.
I think you're probably gonna get every bit of you're more than likely going to get a bounce 88 or 91, but I would like to see where that comes down to settle. But yeah, I'm going to have to run to the doctor here shortly, make sure that I don't miss that, but then I will be right here or back right here right after I'm done. I have a downtrend on the SQs that just actually went and held its support after its breakup. I would call 5210 and 5044 the two bottoms where I'm buying SQs today.
Okay.
Let me be clear again. I am buying SQs off rip this morning. Anything at 8160 or 5186. And then if I see the low of 5044, I will take that as well. And I'm taking those to the upside. I'm looking probably around a 56, 57, 58 area on the SQs to go. Yes, Michael, I'm fine. This has to break back down. I don't think it's going to break back down right now. I think it's going to run a little bit and then come back down and touch to try to go and give people this assumption it's going to go and run back up to it's going to run back up to resistance in the SPY and stuff like that. I don't know if anybody remembers me saying I think they do have the ability to run this up to 408. 405 area, and if that was even plausible right now, I would say that, but I do not think that is capable of happening currently. However, when Amazon and Meta and Apple and no recession's off. What I'm saying is that when those do happen, I don't think it's going to go and switch anytime soon. I think we're going to see some more downside. But when all of those start going green off of the 22% losses and Snap doing 11, the market is going to fly. And when I mean fly, it's going to come back tenfold in a real way. 5 minutes. I'm Batman.
5 minutes. Guten Morgen, Grant. Great to see you and Germ Corp. As always, Birdie, have a safe ride. Hour and a half ride. That's damn halfway across the country over there. So be safe. Enjoy yourself. Soak in the scenery. Beautiful fall day. We got 4 minutes.
I can give you better numbers on the SPY. I'm looking for a downside of... I'm looking at a high right now of maybe 385.73. I would like this thing to get rejected at exactly 384.46. And I want to see this come back. And if it does come back to 379.21, holds that, and then starts going back to the upside, I'm taking that as well north. 380. I would go right back to that 385 mark.
Okay.
Need to see in the end. Hey, Ace Lee. What do you? Yeah, I'm going to the doctor. I'll be back, right? Wink. No, I'm going to get that poison ivy costume, baby. I'm gonna make it clap with no hands. Let's go. Let's make those trades. Let's have a good day. I will be back here with you shortly. Right, don't burn the house down.
I'll see what I can do.
Yes, sir. Talk to you in a bit.
Later. What's up, non-refundable? Good morning, my friend. Non-refundable. Keep a good eye on those calls today. If you have a chance to offload them, not financial advice. So everything that I seen, it looks like if this goes through 5 p.m. On Friday. Now again, this is just everything that I could find. So please let me know if anyone has different information. But 5 p.m. scheduled to be finalized. All the shares will be bought back. If you have call options that are in the money, so like that $54 one, my assumption is that you would get $20 for that. You got a $54 strike price for 100 shares. They're going to pay you the difference. So $54.20. I don't know what the expirations dates have to do with them. They shouldn't have to do with anything, because no matter how far out you bought them, you still have a contract for 100 shares. So those 100 shares still have to be accounted for. So I would play it like that. Again, not financial advice. I just don't want to see you get caught with them being worthless. So let's see what happens today. Hopefully we can see a Twitter run up over 55, and hopefully you're able to offload them. I'll keep digging. I'll keep looking for you, non-refundable. Trust me. I was up late last night trying to dig on that, and I just couldn't find really a clear answer that told me 100% this is exactly what's going to happen. But from everything I read, that is my understanding of it. I think maybe after a little run, Mr. Burry, you just have to wonder, and 1 minute, guys. You have to wonder, Mr. Burry, when the weight of these powerhouse bad earnings, it's kind of all pile up. Hey, brother, I got your back, my man. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, and I know you would do the same for me, brother. Cheers. I'm protective of my friends and family. If there's anything I could do to, prevent a loss, I'm going to do it. All right, 5 seconds, guys. Let's get ready to rumble. The casino is now open. Good luck. Let's make this a Thursday to remember. And the Dow opening up over 1%. S&P opening 0.3%. A bunch of people are celebrating, pushing the bell. Holy crap. So that opening heat map that they show right when they ring the bell, I need to try to get a graphic of that. I'm going to work on that. But yeah, a sea of green. Let's see how much. Oh, Elon Musk says Twitter is important to the future of civilization. Unfortunately, I agree, but unfortunately, it sickens me that that's what this world has come to. But nonetheless, it is there. So we got the NASDAQ flashing some green, up 0.13%. The S&P now up 0.43%. The Dow up 1.25%. So S&P top 10 not looking too bad with the exception of Meta. Meta down at $99 flat now on Meta. 23.5% losses. Amazon down 2.5%. Apple down 0.3%. The rest of the top 10 in the green. Google very slightly up. United Health up 0.25%. Microsoft up 0.5%. Berkshire up 1%. Nvidia, the big winner right now, up 6.5% and moving on Nvidia. Tesla flying to the upside, 232.79 for Tesla, up almost 4%. Yeah, of course he does. He just exactly. Freight Technologies enters into new freight private fleet multi-year commitment with Kimberly-Clark de Mexico. Let's see, Biora Therapeutics, and that's BIOR. What is that? The artist formerly known as PROG completed one-time asset sale agreement to assign certain patent rights related to methods for determining the origin of cell-free DNA to Roche Diagnostics. MNMD, and you gotta really wonder, Junk Savvy, if that segment last night, and I haven't got a chance to watch it either. I'll see. I can probably find it, and maybe I can bring it to you guys, because if I can find it on a CNBC clip, maybe we can bring it right on here. What they had yesterday, and again, I seen the preview, so I didn't watch the actual thing, but Shepard Smith had a segment coming up last night about psychedelics being used to help people stop smoking. So another one of the we're seeing a lot of positive. We're seeing the PTSD. We're seeing CTE it help with. We're seeing pain relief, things like that. And now you add, and we've known about this for a while. This is the first time I've seen it on mainstream. As far as them addressing using it as a method to quit smoking. So maybe there's something to that. Michael, I recently binge watched all those old celebrity death matches. They were a little hard to find. I think they might have been on Paramount Plus maybe. But yes, those were classic. Heidenreich, good morning, Hyde. I'm Heidenreich. Cheers, brother. So MindMed up 3.5% at 301. Saucy's Arc up at 38.61. Twitter, we'll keep an eye on this. 53.90. So again, non-refundable. Just keep a good eye. Today would be the day. Maybe we push through that 55. We'll be looking nice. 53.91 on Twitter right now. A lot of volume already. We're almost at half the daily average. 5 minutes in, 7 million trades on Twitter. So a lot of action on Twitter. Ford now going in the green after falling a little bit on those earnings. Overnight, they were down about 2%. Now up 1% at $12.94 on Ford. Netflix down a little bit, $296.74. Snapchat up at $9.64. I know a few of you guys got Snapchat calls. I know my man Randy Stogner made a nice play on some Snap calls. Was it yesterday? Maybe the day before. Bed Bath & Beyond up a little bit, 3.5%, up at $5.19. We got AMC up 3.5%, $6.86 on AMC. GameStop up about 1.5% at $25.91, and Ape up 1.75% at $2.20. Well, let's keep an eye on it, Nan. Let's keep an eye on it. Like I said, I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him end up being worthless for you. You know what I mean? It was a tough situation. I'm sure a lot of people are probably in the same boat as you with that forward thinking. With, it was a sound play. It wasn't like you just made a stupid play on it. I see exactly what you were going for. And sometimes the logical play doesn't work out great, What's up, Lobo? I don't even know if I said good morning to you, Lobo. If I didn't, I'm sorry, brother. Never take people for granted, Cheers. It's 4:20 somewhere. Someone's got a broken clock that stays set on 420. All right. Almost identical to what Enzo said. We got this pump here right off the jump. Look at the NASDAQ. Fell like a gosh darn stone. Now down 0.2%. S&P still holding some green, up 0.38%. The Dow ripping, up over 1.5%. Caterpillar ripping. Cat had good earnings earlier this morning. That's ticker symbol CAT, up over 7% at 211.13 right now on Caterpillar. So there was some good earnings this morning. Obviously, all of it kind of being overshadowed by Zuckerberg and the Facebook news with this dramatic decline. But there was a few powerhouses that, you know, Caterpillar, big company. Comcast, big company. Comcast, another one, up 7.5%. I'm not understanding that, but apparently their revenue's up. Well played, Lobo. Well played. Well played. All right, guys. 7 minutes into the day. So Comcast is up 7.5% as well. 33.83. McDonald's was another one that we've seen with good earnings this morning. And again, good earnings for McDonald's mean future good earnings in the healthcare sector. So we got Disney up almost 2%. So what is it? Disney and AMC earnings November 8th, I believe. So you got Disney up, Merck up. Merck is they're up 2.5%. Everything across the Dow pretty much up. Only red in the Dow right now is Visa down slightly. Visa, Apple, and Microsoft. And Visa just went green. So tech continuing to be the big laggard pretty much across the board. Yep, McDowell's earnings. Yeah, they got the Big Mac, Lobo. We got the Big Mick. You know? California Public Utilities Commission watchdog on Tuesday proposed fines of $155.4 million against shareholders of utility Pacific Gas and Electric Company for alleged violations related to a 2020 wildfire in the state. PG&E was last year charged with manslaughter and other felonies. Well, you have felonious capers, you got to pay the price. Hopefully those fines, you know, in the manslaughter case, all the fines in the world can never bring a life back, so that's tragic. But hopefully those fines aren't just levied. Hopefully there's other things are done. And you know, I'm for some regulations, against some regulations, but I'm not sure of this exact situation. But I would hope that more than just a fine, like we see in the stock market, where you do something illegal or wrong, you get a fine, but they never tell you you're not allowed to do it again. They tell you, well, we're going to fine you this time, and, you know. So hopefully there's some kind of change that comes with that. I like that, Mr. Burry. It's not who he is underneath, but what he does that defines him. Well said. Well said. Spoken like a true legend. Yeah, and they should be held accountable. Well, and that's the thing too, non-refundable. Anytime that there's fines with something where there's victims. You know, now it's one thing when the victim is maybe just the environment. So we've had cases like that locally here. So dumping into the river, sure, that can affect everybody in the long term. I understand that. But when you have direct victims, hopefully some of that money goes to them, or all of that money, and they're kind of made whole again. Now, again, I understand in the manslaughter case, all the money in the world can't bring that person back. But families, people who maybe lost their houses, things like that. Again, I don't know the extent of the damage there, but hopefully that money goes to them and they can get at least some kind of closure. Yeah, you know, and when it comes to that, Lobo, if done correctly, I would be all for that because, it's a tough situation. Obesity is a real problem, but so is people being assholes. So there is two sides to it as far as people that fat shame or skinny shame or any other kind of shame. As far as that, my problem is I do believe everybody's beautiful. I do believe it doesn't matter the size of, I'm all for that. Beauty is definitely in the heart. Personality, I've learned that as I got older. Looks are great and all, but what's inside really is what matters. But I don't like the promotion of the unhealthiness. That's my only problem with it. I love the promoting everybody's beautiful, but living unhealthy isn't good for you. And trust me, I'm not trying to blanket everyone and say, hey, people are lazy, they need to do this, they need to. No, not at all. But I know how tough it is. We've all been there. A first day in a gym, a first day on a diet, all that stuff is remarkably tough. It's not something that's just easy. But putting this false narrative out there that unhealthy is beautiful, I don't like that. I don't like that. I like the narrative of everybody's beautiful. We're all creatures of whoever our God is. And everybody deserves to be looked at, treated, everything with respect, and all that good stuff. Be kind before anything. But don't. Telling somebody who's morbidly obese that that's good for them and they should be proud of what they are. They should be proud of who they are. And because of that pride, it should inspire them to live a healthier life. It's a real tough situation. I'm sure people are if you're listening now, you're probably like, he's fat shaming. Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, like Randy. Randy! He's a tasty treat. We've learned to deal with it. We've really learned to deal with it. I sometimes can't even look at Randy on camera. He's a sweetheart. What are you going to do? Yeah, that's very true. That's very true, Michael. A diet ain't gonna stop. Yeah, and again, I like that part of the message. And I think I've pretty much lived that my whole life. It's yeah, it's definitely a touchy subject because everybody, and again, it's not that I don't like the promoting self pride and promoting be happy in your own skin, all that good stuff, and I completely understand that there's people out there that just have issue, that have tried the gym, that have tried diets, that literally have physical conditions that make them be, and that's a different story. Those people, my heart breaks for them. It's because they're trying. I just, lack of motivation to better yourself at anything. It's the same thing with whether it's a physical attribute or a mental attribute. When growth is suppressed, that's where it leads to problems. 112% on Tesla, nice. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and maybe it's a maturity thing for me, non-refundable, but sure, when I was young, looks mattered. Looks were important. I was a kid. That's what I did. Um, and I think the movie Shallow Hal, non-refundable, says it the best. Um, that a lot of times people that are beautiful on the outside are not so beautiful on the inside, and I'll take a beautiful soul, a good heart over a pretty face any day of the week. And the Nasdaq is still in the red, down 0.17%. S&P up 0.34%. Dow Jones up 1.31%. MindMed continuing to climb those 6.5% gains on MindMed. And let's take our first look at the heat map. See what we got shaking. So we have Amazon down 2.5%. So the two big red marks on the map, Meta and Amazon. Then you've got energy, bright green. Tech making a bit of a recovery. What else? Industrials up. Real estate mixed. Utilities up. Basic materials up. Consumer defensive up. Looks like we're a little bit closer to that railroad strike potentially. I know the motion or whatever it was that tried to get passed yesterday got denied. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff, Enzo. Yeah, well, that's what it is. Non-refundable. We went from one extreme to, one complete extreme. If you remember, very, very, and I always thought that was ridiculous. Models that starved themselves so you could play a xylophone on their ribs. I can't imagine being a younger person in today's climate with everybody posting filtered pictures and everything, the standards for people. But, that's, you live your life. You set your own expectations. You don't judge yourself by, how somebody else looks or anything like that. Just do it. Randy, people hate me for my superior intellect too, and I know it because they're always yelling, "Hey, genius!" Okay. Riddle me this. It can be cruel, poetic, or blind, and rarely found in the market. But when it's denied, it's violence you may find. Whew, that's deep. I gotta think about that one, Mr. Burry. We all know Batman ain't the best at riddles, or they wouldn't have came up with an evil genius called the Riddler to stump him. I mean, when you look at the Batman evil villains, like, it's two of my favorite things. Like, I love riddles and I love jokes. So, like, how could I be against the Riddler or the Joker? We'll never tell. Well, it always is. Arctic Fox. I think that's, I know it's cliche to say it, but, and is maybe old-fashioned or cheesy as it sounds, love is the answer. Love is the ultimate gift you could give somebody. It's the ultimate gift that you can receive. Love is something that science will never explain. Love is something that you can never chart it. You can never measure it. It's just a beautiful existence. And yeah, if more people felt that way, like my man Marvin Gaye said, Arctic Fox, only love could conquer hate. Only love can conquer hate. Martin Luther King said the exact same thing. Maybe those guys were onto something. And hopefully we see that. I'm a sunshine pumper. And I always will be. Well, last Christmas, Lobo, you gave me your heart. But this Christmas, you're giving love. I like it. You will not be receiving that from me. You will be getting a donation to the Human Fund in your name from me. So stay tuned for that, Lobo. Oh, Ape getting hit hard now. Okay. So Ape was up a percent or two. Now down 6.5%. Whoa, wowzers. What's going on with those candles? Holy guacamole. Breaking through that $2 mark on Ape. Let me pull that up here. I'm gonna put this 1 minute chart on just to see this action. Ape falling like a stone. Down at 199 now, fighting around that $2 mark. Ah, you got it, Diane. You got it. I will check it out. Not child friendly. Appreciate that disclaimer, Diane. You know me so well, and I appreciate it because you know my first thought is gotta watch it with the boy. Diane, I hope I haven't heard any updates, so I'm hoping that's a good thing. I'm hoping everything is going good with Tom's ma. I hope Tom is. I'm not sure if the new adventure started yet, but either way, I hope everything is going great for the whole fam. Did he marry? He may have. He may have. Like the real Batman? Like, I don't know. There's so many different Batman storylines. Martin Apollo. What's up, Martin? Good to see you, brother. mCloud Technologies. Let's see. I know we had some news on that. Junk Savvy dropped earlier. mCloud and Google Cloud partnered to launch trio of sustainability apps aimed at curbing carbon emissions worldwide. Relatively low float, Martin. 14.5 million. Decent volume. 1.9 million. Is this halted? Nope. There it goes. It was just froze on my screen. So MCLD up 52% at 143. Yes, Martin. That's what I wanted to ask you, how you made out on that Epics. Great play yesterday, brother. Great play. And thank you for bringing that to the community. I was just talking about it. You called it out. Down around the 220, 230 level yesterday. And then we watched it run up to $5.10. Down now after running up. We ran up in the after hours. I didn't even see that, Martin. It ran all the way up to 645. Now down 18% on EPIX at 396. Why is a quarrel like a trade? Takes more than two to tango, Mr. Burry? Awesome, Diane. Very good to hear. Very, very good to hear. Give Tom my love. Hopefully, so glad that he's liking the new job. Great for him. He deserves it. And hopefully things are starting to settle down. She gets home tomorrow. And hopefully you can get some R&R. I know it's been a hectic, probably going on a month now for you guys. But very, very cool. Oh, I know you did, Martin. I know you did, baby. Hey. Don't think credit ain't given where credit's due, brother. You know that. Arctic Fox was giving you thanks yesterday and this morning. Oh, all in Mullen. Let's go, and hopefully we'll get some. We'll get an update out of Mullen. That's where over in. Is this one in Vegas or California? So I would imagine it's not going to be till later in the day on Mullen, but still we're seeing 3.5% gains right now, 55.88 cents on Mullen. And we talked about Mullen being a meme stock now, and if we weren't right, then we're right now, because it's definitely hitting Reddit hard, it's hitting Twitter hard. There's a lot of exposure out there on it, so I would definitely classify Mullen Automotive in the meme stock world right now. What else is moving? Funware we talked about yesterday. Maybe not seeing anything until after these elections. It's up 2.5% today. 109.5 on Funware. And we're at 9:56, coming up on 10 o'clock. We got the S&P now down 0.39%, the NASDAQ down 1.34%, and the Dow up 0.84%. And notice, guys, so Enzo talking about those SQs this morning, and I think that was a magnificent play to look that route because, again, know what you're getting into with any kind of ETF play, anything like that. So the Qs, you're talking the top 100, the NASDAQ top 100, which is very tech heavy, tech getting hit, playing off that, playing off those meta losses, compounded with what we've seen happen with Google. Little bit of fear going into Apple and Amazon, so fantastic play because you have the you're putting it more on tech. Oh, about to change shorts and go long? I like it. I don't see this stopping. NEO down 6%. So bad. Oh man, and it just fell off a cliff too to get there. Just dropped about 50 cents in under 3 minutes on NEO. Ton of volume, 16 million trades. Not seeing what's pushing this down. Maybe people don't like their ball bearing supplier. Because that's the only news I see. 6 hours ago, NEO named SKF Ceramic their ball bearing supplier. So maybe someone's super bearish on SKF ceramic ball bearings. Other than that, I just don't know, Artifacts. But maybe found a bottom here. Looks like it found some support around 10.15. Oh, that froze, my bad. 8 pushing back up over the, where are we at? I'll put that SPY back up there. And I'll put it on the 5 minute. No, I appreciate that. It's when once in a while when you have so many things open, sometimes stuff gets froze like that. So I appreciate you letting me know. Non-refundable. We're 1 minute away from 10 o'clock, guys. Half hour in. If you haven't hit that like button, be sure to do so. And if you are not subscribed, do that as well. Twitter, non-refundable, really trying hard to get over that $54 mark. Oh, Doge hit 8 cents for a bit last night. Well, I'm interested to see where it goes this weekend, Arctic Fox. You know, I think there's still some hope of sorry about that. There's still some hope of Doge maybe being used throughout Twitter, something like that. So I think there's still some potential, and I think you know, anytime Elon's in the news, it's nowhere near what it was, you know, a year and a half ago as far as Elon moving Doge. But if we get some kind of some kind of inclination, which I think that's going to be key. I think Elon is going to, be looking to make Twitter profitable. And I'm not saying that Elon's greedy. I'm not saying like he's just doing this for the money, but I think he wants to make this profitable. And if you know anything about Twitter, they haven't been profitable. They haven't been they haven't figured out how to monetize correctly what they have. And a big reason is because the lack of kind of common currency for advertisers and creators and things like that to use. So maybe we do see Dogecoin be that. I don't think anything's guaranteed, but we know Elon's thoughts on Doge, so it would make sense. Inch by inch, non-refundable, 53.98 now on Twitter. It's just it's tough for me to comprehend this because okay, if you're sitting on a share of Twitter right now and it's going to be sold for $54.20, why would you sell for under $54? I never understand that on these buyouts, why people would sell. It's like why people were selling Weber the other day. You know there's a $6.25 buyout on the table. Why would you sell at $5.85? And I get there's day traders, there's people, getting out of their positions, all that good stuff. So it's... And that MCloud, Martin, good thing you thought it was a little too risky. So ran up to 158 on MCloud. And then a pullback, still up 30%, but we're at 123 now. Netflix back in the green, trying to touch 300, 299.82 on Netflix. Mullen just fell below that 55-cent mark, 54.58. Tesla, after shooting up right at the open to 233.81, Tesla down now, holding a 0.25% green, 225.22 for Tesla. All right, 10:04, guys. Hopefully some money's being made out there. And the S&P has just gone green. The Nasdaq's still down 0.9%, but we got the Dow cooking now. Meta back over that $100 mark. Google getting hammered. Google down 11%. Is that what I just seen? Oh, $11. I'm sorry. $11. LUV, Southwest Air. I forgot all about their earnings this morning too. And that ticker symbol LUV, Southwest Airlines, up almost 4%, 35.60 on good earnings. Epics, if you played that bottom rebound play on Epics, fell down to 387, bounced back up now at 430 on EPIX. Oh, Volkswagen to work with Mobileye on automated driving after Argo exit. So Mobileye, the IPO from yesterday, and what is it, 90% that Intel owns and plans on holding? So all those additional shares, and we talked about that. Martin brought it up yesterday, and we looked at the giant difference between the free float and the outstanding shares. Huh. Now, okay, so this is weird. This is weird. We looked at this yesterday. And the shares outstanding were somewhere around 200 million or so, I want to say. And the free float was 41 million. But now the outstanding shares are only 46.26 million, with the free float of 41 million. Now I know something was being done where they were essentially adding a share to Intel. So what's Intel's price? So I think it's going to be valued into Intel, and that's why all those outstanding shares are gone. I'll have to look a little bit more into this. Intel down 1%. What's up, Hills Bills? Good to see you. Good to see you. Shopify. So Shopify's earnings beat estimates by 80%, reporting. I love when they use these when they use percents on this, and this is why I say these things are ads, guys. Shopify beat estimated earnings by 80%. Sounds huge, right? Reporting an earnings per share of a 2-cent loss versus an estimate of a 1-cent loss. So literally a penny, but they use that 80%. Revenue was up 242 million from the same period last year. So revenue up. Earnings per share up. Monthly recurring revenue increased 8%. So we've been seeing we've seen it with I can't think of the name here. Not Sam's Club. What's the Sam's Club competitor? Wow, I feel like a moron. But they had their earnings, was it yesterday, 2 days ago, and they had their subscriptions, their club memberships were way up. So that seems to kind of be a trend with like subscription based. I'll be interested to see Walmart, their numbers on their Walmart Plus subscriptions. See where that goes. Interesting that Volkswagen doubles down on auto drive and Ford abandons. Tale of two auto companies. No, what's the other one? BJ's? I'm not sure what BJ's, who the parent company is, but I think they were talking, I think it was BJ's that I was looking at. Could be wrong, though. And the S&P continuing to gain a little traction, up 0.08% now. Yeah, Shopify just flying. 16% gains, 33.61 on Shopify. Oh, Marlboro maker Altria Group Inc. on Thursday announced a strategic partnership with Japan Tobacco in an attempt to boost its smoke-free category. Alright, it is 10:11, guys. I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes to go let the dog out and breathe a little bit. If you haven't done so, please, like I said, take a second to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, maybe share this this video Leonard Green and Partners. Maybe it was, I feel like it wasn't Costco, though. I feel like it was and maybe I'm wrong because we don't have a Costco around here. So is Costco's like a Sam's Club? I thought it was more retail than like Sam's Club being like wholesale. I apologize. We don't have them around here. But that would make sense if Costco's similar to that. It was on the monthly subscriptions. And maybe they didn't even have earnings. Again, it may have been a CEO interview. Things like that. I apologize, guys. Sometimes I try to digest so much information that sometimes it bleeds together a little bit. Well, see, us on the East Coast, we'll say Sam's Club is. We'll say Sam's Club. I'm sure Costco probably is better. I like the way they greet people in Costco and Idiocracy. I know when I walk into Sam's Club, there's no welcome to Sam's Club. I love you. See, it's all we got around. Well, and actually, I don't really. There's a few things that I get there, Lobo. Dog food used to be my big draw to Sam's Club, but they stopped carrying the dog food that I got, and I started using Chewy, so I'll probably let my membership expire. I probably won't renew it because it's tough to even shop there now because, number one, I mean, you still get the I don't have storage for all that, and it's just me and Nikki for the most part, so I don't need 52 of something sometimes, Okay. Junk Savvy saving me once again. Much appreciated. Costco membership renewals are at an all-time high. The CEO indicated they are not raising fees at this time. And you gotta like that. You gotta like them not raising fees. I mean, I think as a customer, I think that goes a long way, and I think that goes further than the money that would be brought in by raising those prices to keep up with inflation. I mean, let's face it, you're still going to be faced with inflation to shop inside the stores, and I think the CEO knows that. And hey, when people cut their customers a little bit of a break, especially at a time when a price hike would be warranted with everything going on. So I like it, and I hope they're successful with that because it's little things like that. It's not kicking the consumer when they're down, and I think that'll go a long way. Yeah, Teladoc, they had their earnings yesterday, I think, Hills. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday they had pretty good earnings. They ran up yesterday. Yeah, ended up closing up 8% yesterday and now up another 7% today. TDOC at 28.65. Sam's Club used to be like that. They've reeled it in a little bit. I think it's mainly because I'll usually try to go during the week. I know the weekends they got a ton of samples. Oh, you can save the membership fee by buying Costco gift cards. Interesting. Yeah, you can buy, like, Sam's Club. I think you can get, like, a day pass or something along those lines. All right, the S&P still climbing, up 0.55% now. The Dow up 1.5%. The Nasdaq still lagging, but looking to go green here. Down only 0.1% now. I'm sure Sam's Club does too. I'll tell you what, Sam's Club has it's hit or miss, but they got a good butcher department. They got a good butcher department. Pretty much the best thing about them. And now that I don't have to buy dog food there, like I said, there's not really much of a need. The SPY now up 0.5%, 384.11 on the SPY. Yeah, I would think so. And, you know, you can always find people selling gift cards. I mean, I'm a little leery of it. I've never done it, but I've heard of people on both sides of those transactions get a $50 gift card to a place that maybe they don't like, end up selling the gift card to somebody for $40, something like that. I hear you could find those kind of deals. Again, I've never done it, but Netflix up over 302.67 now on Netflix. Snapchat up at 972, up 1.5%. Well, that's the other thing too, non-refundable. Yeah, that's how Sam's Club is too. I get 4 things, $200. The only thing I do get at Sam's Club that does help is like the big packs of the little bags of chips. I basically get Nikki's lunch stuff there for the most part, as far as his snacks, juice boxes, stuff like that. Which it's not necessarily cheaper. It is a little bit, but you gotta buy so much of it, like I said, and then it's not what it used to be. LIDR is what it used to be, though. Another 1% gain today. LIDR AI Inc. up to 93.53 cents. Pokemon cards. Interesting. And you know, I'm a day late and $1 short on that, Ace Lee. What was it? Can't remember if it was last Christmas or the Christmas before. I want to say 2 Christmases ago. Nikki was really into Pokemon. And Ace Lee, I probably put 300 miles on my car in a matter of like 3 days. Driving to Walmart's like 2 hours from me and places, Targets, to try to find them, because you couldn't find a Pokemon card around here to save your life. You can get Costco cards from your credit card points. At a nice discount. Makes great gifts for friends who don't have memberships. Yeah. I like it, Junk Savvy. Thinking outside the box. Thinking outside the box. That's what it's all about, guys. And hey, that's a big part of this channel. You know, hence the name Outside the Charts. Obviously, the stock market and what goes on inside of it is first and foremost. But life hacks are lifesavers. So if any of you guys got life hacks out there, little things, and when I say life hacks, I don't mean ridiculousness stuff. I mean things that we can do to cut costs without sacrificing, you know, certain things. Because I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter how much money is in my bank account. I'm always going to be thrifty. I'm always going to look for a way, you know, wasted money is still wasted money. Until every human is well fed, well clothed, and has a place to live, I'll always look at money that way. I never have money to waste in the sense of just wasting it. The way I see it is that money could be going to a good cause. So it's you know, if you guys got any tips, tricks, and ways to, you know, maybe save energy, cut anything that you got, because you know it always works. Whether it's the way that you cook, the way that you prepare food, things that you can do to weatherproof your house, to cut down on energy bills. A lot of things out there, and it's, hey, sometimes we get caught up in the big picture that we let little things like that go by the wayside, and you know those are things that, you know, you do 1-2 things a day to save yourself a little bit of money, and by the end of the month, end of the year, end of 5 years, that adds up to a big amount. Ah, interesting. Oh, Warehouse Club. Selling Kirkland, but so is that like the is that the Kirkland's, like, because when you say Kirkland's, Aisley, I'm thinking Kirkland's like the upper, like, furniture store. Is Kirkland's like their private label? Like how we have, I'm not sure what Sam's Club's private. It used to be Members Mark. But like Walmart's private label's Great Value. Ah, my girl puts, yes, I do the exact same thing, Lobo. My girl puts the cooking oil and foil in a little cup form inside the sink drain so it can cool, then she tosses it in the trash. What I do is I'll usually always keep one can, Lobo. So, like, if, say I made a can of tomato soup today, I'll rinse it out, clean it out real good, and keep it under my sink so that the next time I have oil, I do the exact same thing. I just put it in the drain. This way, if anything goes out around it, and then I pour it in there, let it cool, and then just throw the whole can right in there. Okay, that's one route you can go. Non-refundable. Getting kind of 2 cycles out of the underoos, if that's what you're into. That's not my style, but hey. Yeah, I don't live by that one. Again, all the weed in Compton, Lobo. That's one thing I don't spare on. A man has to have his limits, and when it comes to that throne, I'm the king of the castle, and you know what? I told Nikki, we spare no expenses here. 7 squares for everyone. So, I think putting that kind of thing, you know. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yeah. You gotta let it cool down a little bit, Hyde, but that's a good thing to do with it, too. Over top of the dog food. I like it. Oh, okay. Fun fact. In 1995, Costco took all its private label products and gave them a single brand name, Kirkland Signature. The name came from the company's original Washington State headquarters. I'll take some of the Kirklands, sir. Very good. I didn't know that. And that's one to grow on. So they sell them in another store where you're at, Aisley. So you're able to get Costco private label outside of a Costco. We used to have that here, where we used to have our grocery store, Tops supermarkets. Their private label would also be available at, we had these things called Wilson Farms. They've all been bought up by 7-Elevens now. But just so you could, the size of just a local kind of grocery store. Full of useless facts, just like someone else I know. Yeah, that's kind of my claim to shame is I know a bunch of useless facts. But one day, maybe I'll get put into a game of Saw or something, and I'll have to answer, something about, I don't know, who wrote the Love Boat theme song or something. Yeah, well, and that's where you really have to do math, Arctic Fox, because, if you're ending up having to double up, if for every sheet you're now using 3 sheets, yeah, it's a complicated process when buying toilet paper. Plus, if you have septic systems, things like that, maybe you're only allowed to use 1 ply. So, okay, 7-Eleven big there in Singapore. Yeah, we always had them here, but then Wilson Farms were more prominent, and I don't know if they were more locally owned, but 7-Eleven in a move a few years ago bought like everyone, repurposed them, pretty much didn't really change much except putting Slurpee machines in them that really just gave it that feel. Let me see if I can. Let me see, Hills. I don't know if it would be shorts covering, or I don't know if it's just because we're seeing earnings down everywhere else, and we see their earnings, you know, the same way that we're seeing Meta down, you know, 20%, whatever it was. Maybe an overreaction to the downside, maybe because we're seeing tech and communication downhills, that maybe it's just we're seeing that overreaction the other way. I'm just going to see if I can get the short interest on it. But sure, once you start gaining momentum like this, I would think that that shorts would be covering, no doubt about it. You know, why wouldn't you when you see it moving up like this? Probably don't want to get caught in that. Not a big percent, only 3.5%. A lot of shares though, considering. So there's 1.06 billion in the free float, and you got 41.5 million shares shorted. So still a lot of shares. They might have. I mean, I'm sure you had people playing it both ways. There's probably people that hedged it to Hills. So there's probably people that shorted it, maybe exited those positions and had a long position. But it's still booming. It's up 18% now. Fat Cat Productions, what's up? Great to see you. Appreciate that like. Appreciate you being here. Much love. Teledoc. So Teledoc fell. Pushing back up though. 28.65. Still up 7% in the day. Alright, I'm really going to go let those dogs out now. Ah, good to know. Kirkland toilet paper does not dissolve well. My plumber warned me not to use yet. Yes, that is plumbing advice. Okay. So, bringing you all your plumbing needs on what plies to use, how many plies, where additional plies may apply, and where not to use an additional ply to apply. So we're covering it all here, baby. That's what we do. And but for now, I got a dog that is probably doing the pee-pee dance. So I am gonna run and let the little prince house out real quick, and the two princes, and I will be right back with you guys in just a few moments. I'm Batman. All right. Welcome back, guys. What did I miss? A little bit of downside, except for the Dow Jones flying up 1.5%. The S&P still up 1/3%. The Nasdaq up over 0.5%. VNUE Inc. Moves to acquire dominant global metaverse market position with development deal. Plans to uplist to Nasdaq with minimum 15 plus million raised. So another metaverse play. I don't know if I'm sold on it. Oh wow! Attack on Johann Vermeer's farmed girl with a pearl earring painting at a museum in the Hague. The guy superglued his whole head to it. Okay, maybe it was a pro superglue demonstration. Interesting, Sabrina. So Sabrina ordered her daughter's school pictures through Lifetouch, who partnered with Shutterfly. Shutterfly has since been delisted. I think they're doing well, or will be. Future IPO. That's a great observation. And we talked about this. I forget the company. I had a good conversation with Junk Savvy about that, as far as when a company maybe goes under, that IP we see repackaged and then put out as an IPO. So maybe that's definitely something to look at. I'll have to check. I wonder. I have to say, Nicole filled out the paperwork on Nikki's pictures. I know we always used Olin Mills here back in the day, but I'd be interested to see if we use Lifetouch up here too. Okay, question. What is it that Elon does not want, but Elon does not want to lose? What is it that Elon does not want, but does not want to lose? The title of Techno God? That's a good one. You keep stumping me, Mr. Glitch. I don't really know that one. Huh. What does Elon have but doesn't want to lose? He's got kids, so it's not that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we probably haven't caught up, because I do know Nikki had the laser background option, and I'm not sure if Shutterfly offers that. And we didn't get any of them digitally. Man, you got me stumped here, Bratney. What is it that Elon does not want, but Elon does not want to lose? It reminds me of the what's the riddle that a coffin's the answer? Those who want it, or those who own it don't need it. Those who need it don't want it. Those who sell it don't. No, those who sell it don't need it. Those who buy it. Something like that. Germcorp saying Twitter. I like that. So Elon doesn't. He doesn't want Twitter, but he doesn't want to lose Twitter. Yeah, I'll go with Twitter. Final answer. Man, lock it in. Wrong answer? Oh, I guess I get one of these then. Ah, okay, good one. So, a thing that Elon does not want to lose, a lawsuit. Well done. Well done. You got me on that one. Oh, what does a liar do when he's on fire? Well, against popular demand, the pants aren't on fire. I'm not sure what a liar does when he's dead. Lies? I don't know. Caesar, tell me this. If a mouse goes outside, is it a rat? And if a rat comes inside the house, is it a mouse? Alright. Shopify holding up 34.25. Twitter holding exactly. Man, I have not seen something with barcode with this kind of volume in a little while. You got 19 million trades on a straight little barcode horse, it looks like. So still up over 1%, but literally just trading within pennies. Up around 53.98 to 54. He lies still. Nice. Well, if you're going to be frank, I'm still going to be MIA, Michael. Either way. Hey, it's all about perspective, Lobo. And I'm not a biologist, so I don't know the molecular makeups that differentiate a rat and a mouse. Southwest still holding gains off those good earnings. That's ticker symbol LUV, up 3% at 35.40. None of your business. What's up, Mr. Business? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. MindMed back over that $3 mark. MNMD back at $3 flat. Ford trying to get back to the green after a little bit of disappointing earnings. Dropped at about 2.5% last night. Now down only 0.25% at 12.78. Netflix holding above 300, 301.42. Snapchat, little green, 964 on Snapchat. Mullen starting that push, 57.6 cents on Mullen, up now 6 2/3%. Oh, dang. Maybe I am, Grumpy. Maybe I am. And maybe you can call me Bat Person, Grumpy, okay? Alright? Oh, is that a cute little inside joke going on there between the happy couple? I don't know what those lobsters are. I've been known to do that too, Sabrina. I've been known to do that. I'm so gangster you can catch me baking cookies at night. Yeah, I've been known. I've been known to eat some cookies at night too, but then again, I've been known to do a lot of things. Yeah, I only know dogs and cats. I only know dogs and cats, Lobo. Never got to do much work in the pest sector. Aww, that's so sweet, milady. Nunya is his lobster, or Nunya is her lobster. They mate for life. Aww. Well, that is sweet. True that, Sabrina. True that. Lobsters, camels, same thing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right, sideways trading a little bit. S&P still holding a 3% gains. NASDAQ still holding a 0.5%. Actually, that gap's widening a little bit. Oh. Okay. Well, I think if Nunya was in the same area code or zip code, I think he would. But being that he's out on a work adventure, he's probably not going to be able to do that, Grumpy. Tripled into Tesla, SPY, Meta, and Apple to the downside. Extremely long on SQs, Mullen, and Palantir. Where's Meta doing? So Meta up over that 101 mark, 101.03, still down 22%. Amazon down 2%, Apple down 1.5%, Google down 1.5%, Microsoft down 1.1%, United Health slightly down, Tesla up only 0.25% now, Berkshire up 1.2%, Nvidia continuing to crush, up 5.5% for NVDA. Okay, what is the beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end, and the end of every trade? What is the beginning of eternity? That's got to be the Big Bang Theory. Got to be the Big Bang Theory. Mara short as well to 1280, you're calling? With Bitcoin at 20,637. Why my charts keep freezing? End of time and space, the beginning of every end. Let's see. Closing time? Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end? I don't... Again, this is why Batman had a arch enemy called the Riddler. Obviously, they exposed him for his lack of logical follow-through on riddles, and seen that it wasn't necessarily a physical villain that they needed. They needed somebody that could challenge Batman mentally. Right before your eyes and easy. I before E, except after C. Right before my eyes, my nose. You're throwing me off today, Daniel. What is a mark? Mork. Mark was actually a slang term for like a buster. Yo, mark ass buster. I think the terms changed over the years. I didn't get it in time, guys. The market's gonna crash. Uh-oh. Well, it's never too late to pick up
diabetes.
So I still need the answer. You can't leave me in suspense. You got this one. I will I'll surrender to that. Score this one for the Riddler. That's another one for the bad guys. I don't know if there's a whole lot going on in the market that we want to get back to, Mr. Burry, if I'm being completely honest, or being frank, as you like to be. I don't need to call myself another guy's name to tell the truth. But hey, if you got to go under disguise as Frank to tell me what you're really thinking, I'm all for it. Oh yeah, I remember Vicky Vale. Was Vicky Vale? That was Kim Basinger. Was that who she was in the first one? Ah, the answer is E. You went full-blown logical on me. You went full-blown logical. Ah, that's almost words to live by, Nunya. We should wrap that up, market it, and then sell it to Folgers, because some people say you don't need coffee to wake up. I say you also don't need a parachute to jump out of a plane, but it sure helps. I like it. Yep, that was a good one. That was a good one. The old reverse logic trick on me. Well played, Bratney. Well played. Well played. Sorry that it looks like I'm drinking coffee, like, not good, because it's the mask, guys. I know how to drink coffee properly. Yeah, and you know, I'm surprised that never came together. What was it? Axum Chemical? What was the name of the chemical factory that the Joker owned? The cops never thought for a second, like, maybe he's doing nefarious stuff with that acid. But, and it also seemed, and now this was probably from a kid's point of view, because I was watching those Batmans in reruns. But it seemed like every time there was a 2-part episode, either Batman or Robin was always hanging above a giant pool of acid. Tune in next week to see what happens. Acme was was it Acme and Batman too? Acme was in Roadrunner. That's where the Wile E. Coyote got all his bootleg supplies from. Was it also Acme in Batman? I told you, there's been so many Batman storylines that it's tough to follow. Elon tweeted to advertisers. Let me check that out. And what did you guys think of the kitchen sink thing yesterday? Okay, let me read that. Oh, this is a lot. Okay. So Elon says, I wanted to reach out personally to share my motivation in acquiring Twitter. There has been much speculation about why I... Hold on 1 second. Okay, there's been much speculation about why I bought Twitter and what I think about advertising. Most of it has been wrong. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There is currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right-wing and far left-wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society. In the relentless pursuit of clicks, much of traditional media has fueled to cater those polarized extremes, as they believe that is what brings in the money. but in doing so, the opportunity for dialogue is lost. That is why I bought Twitter. I didn't do it because it would be easy. I didn't do it to make more money. I did it to try to help humanity whom I love. And I do so with humility, recognizing that failure in pursuing this goal, despite our best efforts, is a very real possibility. That said, Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences. In addition to adhering to the laws of the land, our platform must be warm and welcoming to all, where you can choose your desired experience according to your preferences, just as you can choose, for example, to see movies or play video games ranging from all ages to mature. I also very much believe... Wow, how long is this? I also very much believe that advertising, when done right, can delight, entertain, and inform you. It can show you a service or product or medical treatment that you never knew existed but is right for you. For this to be true, it is essential to show Twitter users advertising that is as relevant as possible to their needs. Low relevancy ads are spam, but highly relevant ads are actually content. Fundamentally, Twitter aspires to be the most respected advertising platform in the world that strengthens your brand and grows your enterprise. To everyone who has partnered with us, I thank you. Let us build something extraordinary together. Okay. So there's that. Axis Chemicals? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. It's an easy mistake, Bratney. Like I said, all that cartoon stuff like that, it all blends together, especially when you have such kind of similar names. And the S&P giving back all those gains now, holding on to about 1/10%. The Dow continuing to hold over 1.25% gains. Meta back down at near that $100 mark, $100.40 on Meta. Any movement on it still? It's even with the volume coming in non-refundable, it doesn't look like it's going to gain any kind of momentum. It looks like they're going to keep it kind of right along, right around this $54 mark. Yeah, the old Barbra Streisand effect. Well, and what's even better, Birdie, not just that you didn't buy puts, the reason that you didn't buy puts, you identified, you spotted those shell earnings, and it played out exactly how you thought. Now, let me ask you this, Birdie. Now that those earnings are priced into the market, and Europe is trading green up or less than 0.5%, but green still. Are you looking at put positions now? Or will ExxonMobil and Chevron earnings affect the European market coming out after the bell? Do you expect if say they come in the same way as Shell, gain 5-6%? Do you think does that translate over to Europe? So if you're playing puts, are you going to wait for tomorrow and maybe see that downside? Or I'm saying that wait till tomorrow, see that upside, and then play it back down. Okay, Twitter Inc. shares will be suspended from trading on Friday, the New York Stock Exchange's website indicates. And then I have to assume now, does it give a time, Junk Savvy? Because I seen 5 p.m. So I seen that they would trade throughout the day. Now that may have changed. I seen that last night. Again, it may be suspended during the day. I just seen that the deal won't close till 5 p.m. And right at that 53.98 on Twitter. Epic's back above that $4 mark. 405 on EPIX. Snowflake, SNOW. Snowflake achieves new high trust risk-based 2-year certification to manage risk, improve security posture, and meet compliance requirements. So a 2-year extension is always good. Wait for the upside and play it down. I like where your head's at, Birdie. I like where your head's at. And expecting monumental earnings tomorrow morning out of Chevron, out of Exxon. I really think it'll have a positive effect on the market now that GDP came in higher than expected. I just think at this point, Birdie, with elections less than 2 weeks away, I think it would be a bad move on the administration's part to go at the oil companies on these earnings. They may do it. They may do it to rile up the base, but that's what we're trying to figure out, Birdie, if it's on Friday or from Friday, and if it'll be suspended. Like I said, from what I've seen, the deal will go through at 5 p.m. Eastern time. With that assumption, I would imagine that they would trade during the day, but I can't be sure on that. And I would think investors that are holding shares would be fine with it getting suspended whenever. There's still a little bit of a premium on it. Not too much, so they're getting $54.20 a share. We're at $53.98, so you're getting 22 cents a premium on every share. Netflix continuing to hold above 300, 302.12 for Netflix. ACOR, Accorda Therapeutics, provides long-term business plan and financial guidance. Well, and you know what's funny about that is we've seen a lot of companies, not a whole lot, but we've seen a lot of companies not giving guidance, especially small caps. Not because they're trying to withhold information. I think there's a lot of companies that have been able to that have had to, whether it be reel in that guidance a lot or just come out and say, we don't have any guidance to give at this point because of, a lot of uncertainty. UAVS. AG Eagle's EBX series drones are the first and only UAVs to be approved by the Federal Aviation Administration for operation over people in the United States. So look for a AG Eagle drone to be coming to a city near you. And UAVS up 26.6% on that news, 60.98 cents for UAVS. I wonder if those are the ones that Luke Skywalker's buying up and sending. And how is that legal? Now I understand he's probably going through something where I'm sure that he's just funding it or raising the money to send these drones of death or whatever he calls them over there. But how is that legal? How is it that a private citizen is able to, again, I'm not sure if he's purchasing them, but he displays like he's purchasing. If you look at his Instagram, according to him, he's purchasing. He's an ambassador. How does he have that right? When do we start letting washed up actors start sending and dictating weapons of war? I mean, are we gonna make Sylvester Stallone the head of the anti-doping policy because he played Rocky Balboa? I'm sure he's just the face of some foundation, but certain things can't. I just what? So on social media, right? What? So what are Elon saying? there's no room for violence. There's no room for direct threats. How much more of a direct threat is it than saying, I'm sending 500 drones of death over to Ukraine to kill Russians? Is that not a threat? Is that not... Am I misinterpreting this? Am I overreacting? Am I, should it be okay? And granted, I like the Star Wars movies. I think he was good. I think had I been born about 15 years earlier, I think I could have did Luke Skywalker just as good. No questions asked. Epics halted to the upside. Big limesicle on EPIX halted up at $4.45. Well, even foundations, Lobo. Aren't foundations supposed to donate food and help the civilians? Things like that. Junk Savvy, thank you so much. So checked 6 sites. 5 indicated a generic Friday. 1 site indicated Twitter will not trade Friday. So to be safe, I would be out today by the end of after hours. Thank you for that, Junk Savvy. Appreciate that. Twitter says expanding scope of our work with app to include Spanish language content curation in Latin America, Spain, and the U.S. I wonder if that company Mr. Beast owns could help Twitter along that. I don't even know if they're correlated. I don't know a whole lot about that company that he started that basically translates. So it's a company that it's used for YouTubers and stuff like that right now. So if we wanted to promote this content or any content in a different language, Mr. Beast he started that, and he started paying a lot. He was paying people that do voiceovers in another language, and he was smart. What he was doing was he was getting minor celebrities from the areas to narrate his videos and translate them. That he ended up starting a company for other people to do that. So I don't know what tech he owns or anything like that, but that might be cool. Yeah, we seen that Biora news earlier. Biora Therapeutics, BIOR, the artist formerly known as PROG, and up over 7% on that news, just under 44 cents. Keep an eye on this Epics, though, coming out of this halt. And again, Epics halted to the upside at 445. And the Dow holding firm up over 1.25%. The S&P now up 0.2%, and the Nasdaq still down 0.6%. We got 11:15. Again, guys, Apple earnings, Amazon earnings today after the bell, and then Chevron and Exxon are the 2 that we're going to be looking at tomorrow morning before the open. Ford back into the green, ticker symbol F, up now at 1287. All right. And heat map looking relatively unchanged. Industrials getting a little greener. Energy still all green. Consumer defensive, with the exception of Keurig Dr. Pepper, pretty much all green. Consumer cyclical as well. Tesla with a little bit of red. Amazon still that big red blunder up there. Along with Meta. In tech, we've got semiconductors doing somewhat well with NVIDIA leading the charge. Qualcomm up a little. Intel down though. Then you got the financials pretty much green across the board with the exception of SIVB. That's SVB Financial Group. Then the health sector, that's a mixed bag with some red. Medical devices down. Diagnostics and research down. And drug manufacturers holding some green. And utilities up. Most basic materials back up. That could be a very good possibility, crypto. That could be a very good possibility. Saying so Apple will tank the market and Exxon will raise the market. And I don't know if Exxon will necessarily raise. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on how those earnings are taken. And with Shell, it seems like Shell, like there was a good reaction to it, even with record earnings. I would be interested to listen to some of those earnings calls and know if there's any kind of concessions being given, which we talked a little bit about yesterday, crypto, in the sense of will Chevron, will Exxon, will they commit X amount of money, or will they commit something to kind of feed the ESG? I don't think they will. I think that we're going to see that they're going to continue. I think we'll see maybe some share buybacks announced like we've seen with Shell. And then I think we'll see investment money. I think as far as is them putting it back in, I don't see that money. Maybe a little bit pivots towards some green energy or something like that. But I have to imagine that that off these earnings we hear that they're going to invest to ramp up production in the U.S. or drilling or refining, something like that. Because that's going to be hard to push back on. Because the narrative has been, we're relying on Russian oil. We need to get off of it. Everybody else needs to. So what better way to do that than upping our production at home? So I think if we see big investments come out of Chevron, Exxon, into America, into investing, and like I said, whether it's through drilling, whether it's through refining. Yeah, like I said, I think there'll be some kind of virtue signal, crypto. I just don't think it's going to be a major investment. I don't think they're going to say, well, we're going to take all our earnings and donate them to the Save the Sun Fund or anything like that. But yeah, I can see. And I mean, they've already kind of been doing some things on the back end of setting up for sustainable energy, if you will. And the S&P clinging to just a little bit of green. Now up 0.06%. The Dow still up 1.1. The NASDAQ fallen to down 0.75%. Apple down almost 2% now. And across the S&P top 10, you got Amazon now down nearly 3%, 112.60 on Amazon. Meta fighting for that $100 mark, $100.15 on Meta. Microsoft down 1.5% at $227.99. Both Google's GOOG as well as GOOGL, both down 1 and 1.1% respectively. United Health down 1/3% now. Tesla now in the red, down at 224.41. Berkshire still up 0.75%, and Nvidia holding 4% gains there. And as far as energy, you know, we're seeing a good reaction across the board. You got Philips up 3.5%, Valero up 3%, Hess up 3% after that nice day yesterday. Hess had their earnings. PXD up 2.5%. Devon Energy Corp, DVN, up 2.3%. Chevron up 2%. What else? Marathon up 1.6%. ExxonMobil up 1.5%, and Oxy up 1.5%. So energy sector not seeing huge runners, but seeing pretty strong numbers across the board on it. Excuse me. Dogecoin up at 7.775 cents. So inching closer to that 8-cent mark that it hit overnight. Ran up to a high of 8.09 cents. And Mara seeing a little bit of upside. Mara up at 13.97, up 1.3% for MARA. And just like that, we see the same bounce. That's the third time that the S&P has bounced right along the midline of even. So back up 0.18%. The NASDAQ can still going the wrong way. Down 0.65% now for the NASDAQ. Whew. HTCR, Hardcore, enters into license agreement with Transcosmos Digital Technology. That's ticker symbol HTCR. And we are at 11:25. We got 35 minutes left before we roll into trader lunch. One second, guys. I gotta sneeze, and that will get ugly if I do it in this mask. Just give me 1 minute. Sorry about that. All right, sorry about that, guys. Got about a 10 sneeze thing there. And feel another one coming on. Sorry, I gotta leave this mask off for just 2 minutes. Nunya, it could just be coincidental timing with the Bitcoin pump that we've seen, but I think you have to lend some credence to at least the thought that Elon could somehow incorporate Doge into the Twitter economy. So I don't think Elon's put anything out, recently that should have us leaning that way. But I think past statements, and then I think just kind of, lottery ticket type thing. I don't think that there's a consensus like, okay, this is it. Doge is going to the moon. But I think there is a little bit of a feeling of that, that there's a chance now. And again, I think it might be a good thing depending on how it rolls out. If it's able to make marketing both for advertisers and content creators a leveler playing field, I guess you could call it, I'd be all for it. And none of you don't ever use that sorry word around here, my friend. I think there's a good chance, though, Nunya, that it could just be Bitcoin related too, and that's why we're seeing that momentum. The way I see it is socially, things like that. I think the conversation changes when Bitcoin's over 20,000. I just think psychologically, when it's under 20,000, it's a different conversation about crypto in general right now. And I'm not saying 20,000 is the benchmark or anything like that, but I will say over the last 2 months or so, I would put 20,000 as a threshold for Bitcoin. So I think over 20,000 holding like it did all day yesterday, kind of into the night, I think that could be an indicator of just strength in crypto. So maybe that could explain part of it as well. Amazon to 108. Bold move, bold talk from a keyboard warrior over there. No, I expect that too. I expect AWS to be down. I think they gave us the clue on that with the hiring freeze, and we've seen Microsoft's cloud business, kind of the revenue beat, I believe, but forward expectations on it were low. So I would expect that out of there. And Birdie Hunter, God bless him, really pointed something out that I was overlooking like a mug. As far as data centers and as far as the energy costs of them. And it's so funny, Birdman, if you're out there, because literally right after I got off with you yesterday, I seen a headline, and I forget what channel it was, but it was data centers have become nothing but money pits for investors. So great observation, Birdie, and again, I was thinking kind of closed-mindedly on that, in the sense of Google's not physically making a product. So as far as production, them not having to worry. But Birdie, in the greatest way possible, because like I said, I love when anybody here, I don't want to say proves me wrong, because it makes it sound like you're doing it to be a jerk. Better pointing out something that I overlooked. I've been blessed with humility. If you guys know my last name, I was kind of born with it. So as far as humility, so I'm always always willing to admit that I was short-sighted on that, and that's what having you great people is all about. That's what we do here, Birdie. No, it was awesome. It was awesome, and it's not that it was my, that I was just didn't care about it or wasn't looking into it. It was just, and it was a big factor. I'll definitely admit that was a big factor that I completely overlooked. So I think and just to play a little further into it, I probably would have overlooked it going into these Amazon earnings as well, especially because I had that feeling that Apple was where we needed to worry about with production. With what we've seen in China over the last year, with Apple's little bit of I don't know if it's premature to call it a pivot, but moving the iPhone 14, is it, production into India. I was looking at that end. I was looking at manufacturing. I was psychologically comparing manufacturing and production and putting them in the same categories, which I shouldn't have. Grumpy hates feel good talk. Hold on, guys. One more sneeze attack and then I should be good. All right, we're back. So Enzo liking Amazon to 108. Do you like that today or you like that after the earnings, Enzo, if you're still out there? Do you see us getting that playing into the earnings, or do you see that being an effect of the earnings? S&P slipping back down now to 0.1% gains. Dow Jones up 1.15%. The NASDAQ down 0.2%. And we are 24 minutes away from Trader Lunch. And tomorrow, guys, we got a special birthday in the community, so bring your party hats if you would. And that is the one and only H2O Bubbles. And even though he'll be at work tomorrow, we'll also be giving a shout out. His birthday's over the weekend. The legendary Odie Furrow. So catch him in the Discord. I know you guys, some of you guys that were asking about him. He's around for poker and all that stuff, but he's a hard worker during the day. I know he tries to tune in when he can, but he's making a living out there, earning a buck, and I'm proud of him. And it's great that even on work nights, we hung out. Me and him went deep last night too. Had some great conversations. And me and Odie, if any of you guys have been around, we don't always see, I wouldn't say eye to eye, because we keep it eye to eye because of the respect level, but we often have differing opinions that always lead to great conversation because it's always kept respectful, and that's something I love and respect about that guy and always will. So be sure to, his birthday's Sunday, too. Just so you guys know. Don't tell him I told you. But yes, we're going to do margaritas tomorrow. And daiquiris. And then Saturday, like I said, Saturday. So tomorrow we're going to celebrate right here during the day. We're going to get it lit. We're going to do, you know, apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, all that good stuff. I got a special costume for Water Bubbles for her birthday. It may not be the most elaborate thing, but I remember a time when she told me, you know, I used to not know what to call her. I used to be like, H2O water. Do I say water? Do I say H2O? And she was like, you know what, M.I.A.? Just call me Water Ape. So I kind of played off that. I'll leave it at that. But again, it might not be, I might not look as good as I do as Michael Keaton, what I'm dressed up as right now, but I think she'll enjoy it. And then, of course, Monday, the actual day of Halloween, we're gonna party like it's 1999. My city still hasn't released. I don't know if they're waiting for Amazon's earnings to come out before they release the trick-or-treating schedule for Niagara Falls, but we haven't got it yet. So, again, just to always be upfront with you guys, there is a chance that I might not be here for Power Hour on Monday. But if there's any way I can work it out, if trick-or-treating does turn out to be on Monday, you know, I'll be here with you guys. And if not, if I'm not able to, maybe what we'll do, maybe I'll try to live stream off my phone of trick-or-treating or something, or at least put a video together. And you guys got to let me know, like that little video that we did last Friday for Patreon. I don't know if you guys are interested in seeing, you know, that side of stuff. I understand you guys are here for stock talk and stuff like that. Just tried to put a little personal twist on that and give you guys a little peek into our personal lives. And again, just trying to figure it out, trying to get you guys the content that you want, that you deserve. Obviously, try to make things as market related as possible, but if I can put a video of Nikki and the dog chasing each other around with Benny Hill music, it was kind of fun for me to do. So, what else? Still working on a bunch of cool stuff, guys. Still, I'll admit, it's not the easiest because we do this all day long, and then try to improve it at night, and there's only so many hours in the day. But trust me, we will keep getting better, keep kind of redesigning the stream. I like this. Not as much information on the screen for you guys, and maybe I need to work on that as far as getting different stuff up there, but didn't want it to just be cluttered with stuff that nobody's looking at the same time. We wanted to clean it up a little bit and just keep progressing. Yeah, I've kind of done that. I've done that, Lobo. It's, it's a dance trying to find the balance because I know you guys are here first and foremost to make money. That's what we're trying to do. That's and never want to get too off topic. It looks like the S&P got the memo that all the major stocks in it are tanking because it is now down 0.13%. Dow Jones falling under the 1% gains for the first time, I think, today. Still up 0.97%. And the NASDAQ falling closer to that 1% loss. Arctic Fox, thank you so much, brother. That means the world. That means the world. As long as you guys just know that I care, that it's, we're busting our ass back there. It's not everything is easy. There's always obstacles. That damn bot has been that thing's gone like 12 rounds with Enzo, but he's sticking with it and he's working hard behind the scenes. I appreciate that, Junk Savvy. well, you guys are all I need, because this absolutely couldn't exist without each and every one of you guys. So it's like I always say, this is our channel. This is our channel. This is our community, and we're gonna build exactly what we want. And that's why it's not that I don't want you guys to think like I have no confidence or I'm unsure of everything, because I've never been so sure that this is the right thing that I'm doing in my life. The reason that I come to you guys for this is because I want you to feel like this is your community, and I want you guys to feel like you have a voice in what we do here, and you know, thank you, Arctic Fox. That means the world. That's all I have to offer. I never claimed to be a genius. I never claimed to be some stock expert. I do my due diligence day in, day out, and try to bring you guys the most accurate information. Try to digest, try to be the intermediate between what the mainstream media is telling us, what's really happening, how we need to look at it, what to look for based on what they're telling us. Grumpy, don't ever say that, my friend. Don't ever say that, Grumpy. I would like to sign up for yours if there was a way to support you, my man. Don't, please, Grumpy. Your friendship, you being here, and that goes for each and every one of you. I appreciate the hell out of the support, but please don't feel any pressure. Don't feel like it's expected. Don't feel like that is any intention is to get money out of you people, because that ain't what it's about. And Grumpy, you know better than that, my man. You know better than that. You know your support, you can't put a dollar amount on it. And I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. And if you think for a minute, Grumpy, that I wouldn't rather see every dime that you have go into your business, go into your family. And now, Grumpy, I'm going to be offended if you do sign up. Yeah, look at those. Look at those, Grumpy. You want this coming at you? I don't think so, Grumpy. Keep being the amazing person that you are, Grumpy. And that is all the support I'll ever need. Keep taking care of that beautiful family, that beautiful wife of yours. And I can't wait to see where this business goes. Because you know what? I'm pulling for you so damn hard. And if I can campaign to some people, whatever I can do, Grumpy, you let me know. There ain't nothing too small or too big. If there's anything in the world that I can do to help out, trust me, you let me know. And once we get bigger, Grumpy, and we start having people coming in that we don't know, we'll start advertising you. We'll get you set up, brother. We'll get you set up. Trust me. We got connections. We got worldwide people here. We got reach, and we'll use that reach. I wouldn't even say to support a good cause, because you're not a cause. You're a hard-working person. I don't want to make it seem like you're a charity case, because that ain't the case. You're one of the hardest working dudes I know. I know you will do anything and everything to take care of that family of yours. And seeing you take this leap, I know it ain't easy. Starting up a business in this climate, Grumpy, has to be scary as hell. It has to be scary as hell. But I read what you wrote. I read the beautiful stuff you said about your wife and how her support means everything, and how that's how you're able to do this. So yeah, keep being a grumpy old man. That's all. That's all, baby. We should have super chat soon. We're getting real close. We're getting real close to that goal. Just have to get through, and I think we're probably a lot closer than we know. Again, the problem is YouTube doesn't update the viewing hours, and understandably so. With YouTube being as big as they are, it's hard for them to focus on every single channel until you get monetized, and I understand that. It's almost, you have to prove something to them before they'll start kind of pumping you up, and we're getting there. Hopefully, our goal was a month, maybe 2 months to get to this, because we were very realistic. Obviously this was big life changes for everybody involved, and we were very, very realistic about it. but it looks like we're going to be able to hit that goal a whole month early. And yeah. Yeah, he is Birdie. But our thing is, if we can keep a hedgie around, we're just playing off what happened last year in November. We've seen the market start to go down into December. So if we can have a hedgie, even if he has to be a bot, just in case we need him, Birdie. So yeah, I can understand the concern about Streamlabs being a hedgie, but again, it's just our way of hedging our bets. That's all. That's something that we've been talking about, crypto, because I mean, and it's known, you know, any kind of super chats, YouTube takes their 30%, but there is a trade-off. So it's a tough thing, because to grow the channel, super chats are good, because obviously if YouTube's making money off of us, they'll want us to make more money, essentially. But there's other ways, but that's, you know, and I'm sorry, guys, I get uncomfortable talking about this kind of stuff, because I don't like it. I feel like I'm like panhandling, like, and I know what you guys are gonna say, and I appreciate the hell out of it, but I'm always gonna be that way. I'm the last guy to ask someone for help. I'm the last guy to expect for help, and just everything you guys do, we appreciate. Oh, I will. You know, Lobo. I already downloaded the bat signal and all, you guys. You got that? That's one thing that we got here. We got some, we do have viruses that we infect, so you guys all got the MIA bat signal if you ever need me. And that's real talk. That's real. I can't guarantee that I can always drop everything that I'm doing. I know it, and I feel horrible sometimes if I don't immediately get back to a message. But just like Toy Story, guys, you guys got a friend in me, for whatever you need. And whether it's a stock market question, whether it's a parenting question, an animal question, whatever it is. And again, it's not because I'm anything intelligent, but if you're having a problem, odds are I've been through some form of that problem. I've dealt with it, and most of the times I made the wrong choice. But the upside of that is that hopefully I can help some people to not make some of those same choices maybe I made. There we go. We got Grumpy to break character. My day is complete. Alright, guys. Sorry about all the rambling. I get emotional when I got a Batman costume on. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the impact Michael Keaton had on me as a kid. Mr. Mom, one of my favorite movies. I just don't know. But Trader Lunch coming up in about 10 minutes. We got the Dow up still just about 1%. We've got the NASDAQ down 1%. S&P down 0.19%. Oh, Enzo's on his way back and in a spicy mood. Well then. I still think the market's a little bit. I think the market's waiting with maybe a little bit more bated breath than they're leading on with Apple and Amazon's earnings. I don't know if we're in store for any kind of wild card coming out of them, but I mean, you look at the you look at what happened to Meta, and Meta. I think we knew that if Meta was to take a hit, that it would probably be the biggest one out of, you know, if you want to look at the FANG or you want to look at something like that. Just because there's been so much scrutiny about the reckless spending. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of other companies that cutting back on spending, things like that, finding ways to remain cash positive, and it just seems. But like I said, I think reeling Zuckerberg in is going to be a good move overall for meta. Yeah, and you know, I probably could have tried out for that role if I was an actor or had anything to do with with that, Lobo. I feel like it's a lot easier to play the role if you get to wear a costume. I mean, Michael Keaton wore it the best. Adam West wore it pretty good for the costume that he had. But Michael Keaton, definitely the best Batman. I challenge you to prove me wrong. And if there's anybody in the chat that will say that George Clooney was the best, you will be banned. I'm Batman. You could be Toto. Well, why don't you be Robin? You could be Robin. You seem like a Robin type. Robin had kind of the same trauma. I believe he may have been of the dyslexic persuasion as well. So I think a cute Robin costume would be nice on you, Enzo. I think the crowd would agree. All right, 6 minutes. Heidenreich checking those points. Ay, ay, ay. Interesting. All right, Enzo, up or down through trader lunch? Where do we finish? I'll give you the numbers where we're at now. You tell me up or down. The Dow Jones up 1%. Did we finish trader lunch up or down from there? S&P down 0.12% and the Nasdaq down 1%. So Nasdaq down 1%, Dow Jones down 1% or up 1%, S&P down 0.15%. When that clock strikes 1 p.m. Eastern time, where do you think we'll be? I'm Batman. Nah, Heidi didn't miss anything. We're just over here philosophizing about, you know, stuff and things. Down, down, down. All three of them, huh? Okay. Well, they've already moved down since we said that. The S&P slipping a little further, down 0.25% now. The Dow down or up only 0.9%, and the Nasdaq falling down to 1.1%. You know, stuff. Hey, what's up, Karen? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. I'm Batman. Let me find out. That's why that voice mod thing keeps coming on your thing. You've been practicing your Batman. Instead, you sound like Kevin McAllister's father. It's me, Enzo, the father. Reinst. Okay, so I read that wrong. Let me take a look and see if there's any news on that. So now, PayPal, if you guys remember, PayPal had put out the announcement that potentially creators could be fined $2,500. and I forget exactly what they had to be doing, putting in misinformation or something. Oh, I know you're a busy man, dude. I've been watching video of free-range chicken hunting in the Netherlands, Kieran, and you got your work cut out for you, brother. So, you know, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day, letting those chickens live, to spend some time with us. Kieran, you're awesome, dude. I could usually keep a straight face, Kieran, but you got me. So let me look at this PayPal. If I can find this PayPal. Why don't you just tell me the name of the movie you want to see? Yeah, I'm not seeing that yet, but that's interesting to keep an eye on, Grumpy, because we could, you know, that we just seen them kind of move up on the Venmo Amazon news, but okay, so here was an update that I missed. The court has ruled, so this is in regards to the Twitter. The deal's almost finalized. Multiple signs strongly suggest that the long-awaited takeover of Twitter is nearly complete. Banks have started depositing the $13 billion of loans that they are slated to provide Musk in order to facilitate the deal. On a lighter note, Musk arrive, blah, 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 blah. Twitter's incoming owner has said that he wants to prioritize free speech on the platform, leading to speculation that he will reinstate the accounts of those who have been banned from the forum over their ideas about politics and other subjects. Such a move could reduce the attractiveness of Truth Social, the platform owned by former President Donald Trump's company. Musk has indicated that he wants to provide Twitter users with a payment system that could have a negative implication for PayPal. Okay, so they're seeing that as a downside, and maybe that's so I guess that tells us that the payment method won't be PayPal on there. I guess that's good. And yeah, I'll have to see if I would imagine they're going to be very tight-lipped about that too, Grumpy, after the last debacle, man. $2,500 per offense. Oh, crypto exchange FTX is working on creating a stablecoin, according to CEO. I wonder if they're going to make like the GOAT coin or something and put Tom Brady's picture on it. They paid the guy enough money. Might as well. Alright, guys, we are now into Trader Lunch. So for me, I am going to save the good people of Gotham first and foremost. I got a few things. There's a few guys out there causing trouble. There's I just received word. There's a guy down in the corner telling jokes, and then a couple streets over, we got a guy telling riddles. And there's some chick dressed up like a cat. So I'm going to go save the fine folks of Gotham. But Enzo's on his way back. You can check him out in the Discord. And then we will be back here for Power Hour. Got you, Grumpy. Yeah, I will look into that a little bit more and hopefully have some news on that by Power Hour. Oh, and Elon's released text with Jack. He indicated that he wanted to charge for retweets, payment, and Doge. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. I guess there's a market for everything too. You know, you think people maybe wouldn't pay for something like that, but I think they would. I think, and you know, again, I hate to say this like this, but I would have never thought that there were people out there that supported creators and supported people that and respected the time and effort that people put in when they can be receiving the same content for free. And I've learned that from you guys over the last year. The things that you guys have done as far as supporting me, going out of your way when any, you know, you never had to. So I got a kind of a different feeling about the monetization of Twitter and people willing to support creators and stuff like that. So, well, I think that, but it's like everything else, Lobo. Would it be a clout type thing? Would it be a, would you be looked at different? Like, oh, that dude pay, you know, he must be doing all right. He retweeted one of Elon's tweets, and you got to pay a top premium on that, you know. Is it gonna be like that? Is it gonna be like, is it gonna be a way for everyday creators like us to be able to make a living, or is it going to be a way where we see say a year from now, the first headline that we see is Kylie Jenner becomes the first one to make $1 billion off of Twitter because everybody retweeted her? Like, are people just going to be retweeting dumb shit to say that they did? Or is it going to be, hey, this is important stuff and we can get this out? It just worries me because, and think about this for a second, and this will be my last thought. I like the monetization. I like the creators being able to get paid. But think about this. Aren't we creating a more artificial reality where, okay, our big institutions going to be able to unleash a million bots who are retweeting everything on a never-ending bank account to push a narrative or to push a promotion or whatever the case may be? And I know you guys probably think that I'm a jerk for like questioning Elon so much, but if what Elon's saying is half true and Twitter is as important to the existence of humanity as he's making, I think he deserves all the scrutiny in the world then. Again, I'm not saying that Elon's doing anything, but I think these are all questions that deserve to be asked and deserve to be answered. Just my 2 cents. But it is now 12:05, guys. I'm going to let you get to your lunch. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. I actually have to run out for a minute. So I won't be in the Discord for probably an hour or so. But Enzo should be in there. I will be back in there as soon as I possibly can. But we'll definitely be back here for Power Hour. That's right, Karen. Rule number 1, question everything. Yeah. And you know, I always try to do it in a respectful way. I never question things in a guilty until proven innocent way. I'm not making accusations. I'm just saying that these are things that need to be addressed. That's all. You know what the deal is, Kieran. I even questioned whether you do or don't maybe consume horse meat. You know, and you took it in stride. That's all. Alright, guys. I'll be back here in a little bit. Everyone be safe over lunch. Go get yourself something to eat. Stay hydrated. Arctic Fox, have a great day at work, my friend. Hope to see you bright and early tomorrow, and we're going to do this whole dance all over again. Always appreciate you being here, my friend. Hopefully the weather's maybe getting a little bit better up there for you right now, but it's probably not, so. But you know what? You don't complain about it. I know you deal with that snow, and keep on trucking, my man. Alright, guys, I will see you in a little bit. Peace out for now. Batman had to come back to say hi to Stanley. You can't just go out of here. I can't just go out of here like that. Mr. Harley Knight, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're feeling a little bit better, Stanley. Hope your back's feeling better. I hope you've been taking some, getting some rest. Slow down a little bit, brother. But I'm just on my way out, Stanley. I'll be back for Power Hour. I'll be in the Discord. But always a pleasure to see you. I hope you and Pauline are having a fantastic day. And again, we need you in good shape, Stanley. So let's get a little rest, brother. Get a little rest. I know, hardest working man in show business, constant provider, everything in a man that I want my son to be, Stanley. That's what you are. Remember that. But remember the love that you got for your kids, your grandkids, Stanley. We need you around for a long time. We need you, so don't be stubborn. I'm Batman. Oh, man. Well, hopefully, Stanley, that it's just the flu. Hopefully you can knock it out. And hopefully, and I don't know if this is true, hopefully it's just a side effect of the treatment. And hopefully, again, without knowing exactly what it is, but having gone through many different kinds of treatments with my mom, and some of those treatments involving not feeling well after, but because the treatment was working. So I'm hoping that it's a situation like that, and hopefully it's not because the treatment wasn't good. Hopefully it's just that it's working. And you know, Stanley, if you need anything at all, Pauline needs anything at all, you know I am always one phone call away, brother. And I ain't too far. My car goes fast and I got miles to burn. So if you need anything, please reach out. Try your best to take care of her and take care of yourself, and definitely get better, buddy. And always thinking about you guys regardless. But you'll be on my mind today, and please, you know, again, if you need anything at all, absolutely reach out. All right, I'm really gonna leave this time. Had to come back into as soon as I seen Stan the Man pop up in there. Couldn't leave him hanging. But yeah, I'll be back for Power Hour, guys. Enzo will be in the Discord. He might be in there already. So hang out with him for a bit, and I will talk to you guys in a little while. right, welcome back, guys, for Power Hour. Let's go. How you feeling, Enzo?
I mean, I think it's right on time. I think the market is basically deciding to roll over and die here. Meta's even going through the low of that 97 area, which we were calling out at the top. I think we were over VWAP at the time. We've done nothing other than move down to that bottom. We've now broken through it. I'd like for it to keep going. We are currently up on that 62% as of right now. We're up 54% on Tesla and 8% on Microsoft, which looks primed and ready to go toward the 100 somethings. Beautiful downtrend. You might get the little pop in the morning. I'd like to see it, like, preferably right at the end of the day. I'd like to see this run right to VWAP so we can get it moving to the downside after hours. I'm playing it either way, but yeah, we've been hitting 200 plus % options today. When we did it multiple times, Santa's been killing it in there. Everybody's been making great plays.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
I need a like and subscribe from everybody, and then you get the yeah. You know, you first nip's free though. Got to pay for the second. That's the disclaimer. How's your day, beautiful?
Fantastic.
You know, if it's not, Lobo to Welfare just tuned up Streamlabs for what, 64? He just won because he rolled the 69, or he won 69 points. Excuse me, I apologize. I think I may have figured it out.
Okay. I think we gotta up it a little bit.
Somebody hit me some slot. Let me hold on.
That's not.
Might be monumental.
It might be.
If I didn't just put it up.
Yeah, this SLNA up 415%. And it was an SPAC BOA shareholders approved merger with Gen Z hotel operator Selena. What you excited about?
I think I did it. I'm serious. I think I did it.
Okay.
This is like Tyson Holyfield right here. This is edge of your seat stuff. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you kidding me right now? Take that, bro. That's just a... Oh, that's the... Hey, give me some baby powder. Why? Just smack him one. What are you talking about?
Back straight.
I'll take this can of Red Bull and stick it through your forehead. 100% on those meta. I'm out here. What do you want? Like, I'm sorry. I'm Batman right now. I am absolutely Batman. I'm feeling like a young Tom Cruise. Maybe a Tom Selleck? I'm feeling like a Tom Selleck right now.
Those are big words.
I feel like we could get a Hasselhoff going, maybe a meeting.
Maybe Hasselhoff will be coming this week. Maybe I'll come out full Baywatch Hasselhoff tomorrow.
Oh, I mean, if you don't, it's just a problem. Are you ready to buckle up?
Buckle up, Buttercup. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
ready.
because this is bad.
I'm worried about this Apple and Amazon. You know,
I would be.
usually even on bad earnings. Well, I mean, I guess you can attribute it to what we've seen throughout the week, but on companies like this, seeing 4% losses going into earnings.
Well, here's what I think a lot of people forgot about, and the problem with yeah, I do have a lot of, I guess, downsides, and probably not the calmest person in the world most of the time, which I just enjoy having fun. But a lot of people don't have the thought of, hey, back about 6 months ago, there was an article that some Fed was telling Apple that they were no longer able to go and use their lightning cord. I'm assuming that definitely took money to go back, not only to the iPhone, but they're having to go to a C2 or something like that. I don't know what it was called. And C2 is probably, don't quote me on that. All of the options that we've bought today are green currently right now by 5% or more. And one's over 100.
So what do you
the
say?
other two are
the cost for Apple to repurpose things like that,
right?
And not only just the cost, what they lose down the line in that proprietary, you know what I mean, where you had to buy
I don't think it's a loss. Apple. Right, but I think it's a loss right now. I think it's a huge win overall.
Well, do you think that it's a win because now people can buy Apple Apple chargers and stuff like that, and because of Apple being like more universal and not being its own thing? Santa's having.
I think it has I think it causes a monopoly of obviously them needing, or you needing, their product. That's what they've done with every charger, laptop chargers, everything else. But I think this actually helps their business. I don't think that this is going to go and do anything to the to a detriment in any way, shape, or form. You're looking at somebody is going to be able to use your phone. Hey, how many times do you realistically go and have them replace your charger at Apple whenever you just go and buy a knockoff, like one from a gas station, I'm assuming, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm assuming that it's not going to be any different, but the huge amount of buying that's going to come in when this is under 120, 125, I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised at all. I want to give Apple a look, because I was talking earlier, and I think it was actually to you or somebody on the stream, and they asked me where I thought Apple was going, and I said to 140. I didn't think it was going to do it immediately.
Well, I'm just looking at kind of what the...
There goes the spy.
They're expected to report record revenue and iPhone sales for the September quarter after the bell, even as investors watch closely for signs that waning consumer demand for hardware products is affecting the company. Overall revenue is expected to be $88.8 billion, according to FactSet. That's up more than 6.5% from the same quarter last year. Sales from the iPhone, which account for around half of the company's overall revenue, are expected to be $43 billion.
Ooh.
Up 10.7% from the previous year. And now, I'll continue this in 1 second, but this gets me to the part that I was worried about. I'm worried about the upside because of it being down so much going into earnings. You know, even with Netflix, we didn't see them. Not the last earnings, the earnings when they bananaed the bed. We didn't see a drop going into the earnings, so that worries me. But let me see what else they got to say. Net income analysts on average are expecting $20.4 billion, down less than a percentage point from the same quarter last year. Apple's quarterly results might be an outlier versus its fellow tech giants. Microsoft, Google, and Facebook have all reported disappointing earnings so far.
Well, what it looks like to me is either a quite massive W to the upside, which I think is a great thought. But you're thinking that tech probably isn't the strongest area. Yeah, it was today. If I'm thinking about the theatrics of what I just saw today, I would think somebody just wanted me to think, oh, tech is just really positive today. Like, man, it's holding really well. You're going to be sitting there looking like Jimmy Neutron, just sitting there with your hands open. And I think that this looks like in every way, shape, or form, I think this has the ability to go to the downside. But it looks like it's not going to. It looks like it's going to support itself right here, 138, something like that, if it gets like a big run down to the bottom. But I think that if it has any substantial reason to go anywhere, I could see it easily going 134, sub 134, if it wants to hold that. By all means. I just think that we just filled this gap. That's all I think we did. So I think we're coming back down to the downside, and I think we're going to break. Oops. I think we're probably going to break the one. We're not going to have the ability to move our hand, especially if you're an option. However, I think that Apple getting those indicators going into it, triple moving average crossover, the commodities channel index, CCI numbers, the price crosses moving average, and momentum. It all looks great. It looks great. I love the way it looks. Yay. That thing is going to shit the bed, excuse my friend, but
Apple is, you say?
yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm probably gonna be wrong just because, but there's no way that thing has any reason to hold itself over the 40 mark when we've already gone. We used it as support, then we came through it. We went back up once, came right back through it even harder. Well, now we just went and basically created a slingshot of sorts down to the downside, right back through that 40. If it doesn't hold here, it's going to go back to the 40 and it might even go through harder. I think that Apple, I could easily see Apple coming down to 120, if not $94 now, but I'm calling easily 101 if it really wanted to get going. And I know I'm talking cash shit to most of you. Excuse my French. My apologies. But this is good.
Tough call.
I like that. Ooh, I like that. I like this. I never saw this. There's a little pattern on Apple on the daily. If this breaks back through that 140 right there, and it goes right through that 140.70, $140.70, breaks low, under the 139.94 after hours or something crazy like that.
It'll drop all the way to 129 or so. If
it'll easily get there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing that same.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It won't even wait. It won't even worry about that 129.
It does seem like there could be a lot of support around 137, 138.
We got touched yesterday in a couple of plays, but everything that we doubled into, like I was telling everybody yesterday, I was doubling into everything. I thought it was fake. Didn't really make any substantial move in my opinion. Yeah, it made a huge move, but it didn't go and get to the places it needed to go in my opinion. Tesla right now also going off the 200, trying to get back north of its 200 EMA. I don't think that there's any way, shape, or form, if you're watching Meta and Google do what they did. What was the other one? Microsoft. And Baba went way back, right?
Yeah, Baba, I wouldn't put it. I mean, Baba was based more on the political.
I'm talking about pattern-wise. I'm just saying
but that
huge, whoop, where to go?
I just wouldn't be, because that affects that individual stock so much. I would take anything out. I mean, you could be 100%.
Well, yeah, okay. So remove Baba, but I'm saying just in thought-wise, like we just see these things go to earnings and go, whoo, bye.
Yeah, we do, but we also see benchmarks, you know what I mean, where now if Apple, you know, like that article just said, and I'm not saying that article was right, that's one perspective on earnings where there still has to be downside. There still has to be projections, and you know, revenue is a tricky thing right now because revenue is up across the board. Of course it is. Everything is more expensive. You know, if your sales were flat, your revenue is sky high right now because you made 8-9% just on inflation. So of course Apple's probably going to come in with record revenue like we expect, and then we expect that from Chevron, we expect that from Exxon, all the same things tomorrow. But digging a little deeper, we'll see what it means. I don't know Apple's plans. I don't know if anything groundbreaking. Like I said, I'd like to know more about this move to India. We'll see if they talk about that, and you have to think if they're making a serious pivot to India and not just a defensive play just in case. Now I think would be the time that we see to do it with the China regime in place for another 5 years. If Apple was looking to make a serious move into India, I think now would be the time. My volume's low. Sorry, Birdie.
Why are you always having me yell at people?
That might not even be addressed in the earnings one bit, or the China situation. Lockdowns, stuff like that may not be affecting Apple. How's that, Mr. Birdie Hunter? Better? I got a little tickle in my throat, so it's probably a little low. 40 minutes left. 40 minutes, guys. 40 minutes. Birdie, I see you said you picked up some GME calls. You like to gamble, my friend.
I'm playing the slots.
All right. Thank you, Birdie. Funware seeing a little pop today, up almost 4%. We talked a little bit about Funware yesterday, up at 111. GME right now at 25.69, up just about 1%. Mullen up about 1%. AMC down 1.5% at 655, and 8 down 1% at 214.
Yeah, double topped, I believe. I don't even watch it usually. I just saw it was moving up to the top side.
Yeah, it still definitely was probably at Batman volume. Good call, Birdie. Always thinking. That's why I love you. Meta down 25%, 97.66.
You better find your own. You better find your own Dutchman. Okay. Don't be infringing on my territory, please. Man's God.
I used to like a guy in the NBA called Detlef Schrempf. They call him the Flying Dutchman. That's Detlef Schrempf.
I don't even know who.
He won Sixth Man of the Year a few times. He played on a team with Sean Kemp and Gary Payton on the Supersonics back in the day.
Fair. Were they at Seattle at that point, or were they in?
Yeah, they were still Seattle before they went to OKC.
Yeah, that was probably right around 90s.
Them Affleck cheeks.
Yeah, you like that?
I love that Affleck meme. It's not even a meme, just the Affleck picture of him smoking a cigarette, looking all distressed. That's one of my favorite. That's one of the most memeable photos ever. Tennis is physical. What's the big news? Well, drive safe, my friend. That's first and foremost.
Drive like you stole it, baby.
The big news: GDP's up, energy's up. So I guess we're not going to a recession, allegedly.
Right.
Tech is still getting hammered off. Tech's still down big. That's the big loser for the day after on the backs of all those earnings, and then we also got Apple and Amazon coming up after the bell. So I think between Apple, Amazon, Chevron, and Exxon. I think that's going to dictate what the market does. I think the GDP worries are already in. I don't know if you guys seen that. And I'm not sure who the source was, if somebody at the Fed spoke out. So now the expectations are 75 basis points next week, followed by 2 smaller hikes and then a pause. So that is what experts are saying is priced into the market now. So Hills Bill's asking you, where do you see Shopify and Teladoc going, Enzo?
Well, that's actually really weird that she asked me about that about 8 months ago, and made me a bunch of money because I had no idea that the move was coming and it was day of. So assuming that that's the case, I'm sure this is probably the thing's moving through its or moving into its 200. It's looking for support here. I would assume. Oh, my technicals are nuts. This was her right here. She went and asked me this one day. I don't even remember what it was. I don't even know if she asked me. It might have been somebody else, but I might have seen it in a YouTube chat. This is looking once again like it is ready to move. I would assume that that's just gonna just fly. You looked at we looked at support. I would assume you might be able to get like a downside of maybe 27.48. Where is it at right? 28.42. You might be able to get that 27.48 on the daily. On the daily, I like it. And man, we just need to go. I don't so much like that on the week though. You could probably get a move. Oh yeah. Okay. No, I see that. We're gonna move probably to the 30.76. Try to hold that. Try to fill that. Then make a move. I would assume Windsor. Did they have earnings?
TeleDoc, they had earnings yesterday.
Okay.
They were good.
Okay, so assuming that's the case, that would give TeleDoc the ability to run 34, 37. I think it's going to want to run up first into this resistance to the downside. Kind of post and find a little structure there at 30.46 and try to crawl itself back to subpar. Or I mean, because right now it is subpar. It needs to at least grind back to 30. If it gets rejected off the 30.46 again, I think that might come down to the downside in a big way. Just because it seems so unlikely that it would. That's the only, and I'm honestly saying it, the only reason that I think that that could actually come to the downside with how much people use TeleDoc. I would be shocked if they were able to go and just plummet that stock. I mean, we were buying this over hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I think 190 or something. What I got to.
Yeah, it was running. I want to say, price-wise, right around where Affirm was at the time.
See that big wick and the velocity of the pushback to that 200. It wanted to step out and say, "Hey, look, I can go and grab 226 real quick," and then some of the short seller decided that they were like, no, thank you. Somebody just probably loaded a massive amount of puts right there. If I were to go and have my guess. But right here is a technical. I might want to run to VWAP. You might get the 26.30 again. Looks like right at about the same perfect timing that Apple right here comes into its 50 EMA. It's sitting there basically going to get rejected, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's exactly when it was, Hills. November, December, with the rest of them. But then it wasn't a unique thing.
That's what it was, Hills. It was that chart. 26.12, maybe on Tesla to the downside. Yeah, but Hills, I mean, on a weekly basis, you're looking immediately for that 30 whatever. But anything over, I mean, if you get to 37, or excuse me, 34, 70 or so, 33.75, yeah, I'm gone to the upside if I'm TeleDoc. I would just be afraid of it being dragged.
Almost the exact same thing on Shopify is what you're saying there. I think if it breaks through maybe this 35-ish mark, I think you can see it push back up towards 38, 39.
I thought Shopify was always good over at least 50, and I thought it was good at 9, in my opinion. But considering that a lot of that, I think the sentiment of the market was that people were going to come out of their ways of like buying things online. And I mean, I don't go and I don't think I've gone to a grocery store.
Well, I would be interested if I'm looking at Shopify long term, though, I would be interested in how I don't know their business model as far as how their workers are, if they're gig workers, similar to like Instacart, DoorDash, things like that. That would be my only concern long term, is if this goes through where you have to employ these people. I think any of these companies, we got to look at what direction they're going to go. And like I said, for something like Uber, it could be a good thing. They may spin it. I would look for, that's where I think some of these smaller EV companies may come into play. If Uber is forced to, like I said, to have these people as employees, I don't think it'll make sense to have to insure everybody's personal vehicle, things like that. So you'll probably see them start getting fleets and doing it more of a scheduled thing. And Birdie talked about this happening over there, where it essentially becomes a long-term takeover of the cab unions, things like that. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top with that, because I'm sure these companies are putting together a plan. And maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll, people that drive Uber and stuff like that will be able to get health insurance, things like that. Just what scares me is companies aren't just going to dole that out and still offer people the rewards that you get at that, which are flexible hours, using your own vehicle, low overhead, all that good stuff. So see where that goes.
I do want to go and point one thing out real quick, and I did have I actually had a thought of what I wanted to ask you about. Right here, everything's running back up to its VWAP. Here's my thought. All of these things are running up to places where it's basically going to cliffhang it. It either has the ability to break up or it has the ability to come back, and it's going to be either or. There's no question.
Okay.
Apple has the ability to probably hit 132, which is pretty close and pretty quick, if it breaks down through the 141. If we get rejected at 148 or anywhere near 147.90, that's coming back to the downside. If we go to the top side, we're moving more than likely 160 plus, 165. We've been there before. We were there a couple months back. I am looking at everything right now running into its VWAPs, everything having RSIs that are over 50. I don't think that that's going to change in 30 minutes. On dailies, these even have RSIs that are all over 50. Like, come on. There's something that's not great about it, because it's stepping up. I think that there's things being fed where you're still in your downtrend. This could still go up to the top side, but if it's going to go up there then. I don't think it's going to have the ability to. I think that this is them covering a couple of things to probably throw short on top of a couple of things that they need to balance out. But you have Nvidia that is looking good off this bottom, but Nvidia still has the ability to go right to $78, and it probably should. It should probably go exactly where AMD was just a little bit ago, about 2-3 weeks ago. So overall, I'm not bearish on the entire market, but like there looks like there's going to be some problems. Also, I had a question because I was looking at this over lunch. You were talking to me earlier and asked what would happen if your company goes private and you have options. I think you kind of explained a little bit, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens if... I'm curious of what the premium would be that they would have to pay it back to. Because are they paying Let's assume that you have those shares.
I think basically you lose all the premium in the sense of any time that's added to it. So any option, I think gets any option in the money, I think gets exercised. Now I don't know what happens with puts. I don't know what happens with those.
No, I'm talking about put the derivatives aside and think about if you have shares in that company right now.
Yeah, as far as I know, you get paid $54.20 a share.
Right. But typically, it's a premium over the current market price. A private group will tender an offer for the company's shares and stipulate the price it's willing to pay. Typically, it's a premium over the current market price.
Right. Which this was at the time. You know what I mean? Because this was dragged out, the market price came up to what it is. But when the offer was on the table, it was a premium price above.
Famous public companies that have gone private also are Dell, Panera Bread, Hilton, Worldwide Holdings, Heinz, and Burger.
Have it your way.
How do you want it? You want to back that thing up, or I'm going to push up on it? Don't play with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as my understanding is, and I don't know if there's a reinvestment process. I don't know if the people that are staying invested, like the people Elon talked about that he hoped would stay invested, I don't know if they were given an opportunity to keep those shares. I'm under the assumption that any common holder will see those shares turn to cash in their account, and that options, if they're in the money, you'll get paid out the difference. So essentially, you would be exercised. Every contract would get exercised. Essentially, right?
Yeah. Now here, I just found something alarming. Tesla is one example of a company that flirted with the possibility. Ultimately, it remained public, but on August 17th in 2018, the founder Elon Musk tweeted that he was considering about taking Tesla private.
For 2069, right?
Right. Now, go back to August 7th, 2018.
August of 2018.
Right.
Okay.
August of 2018.
Wow, adjusted.
It blows through the top off of its 200 EMA and then immediately crashes back down almost from $20, goes up to $23, and then rips back down over the next 2 months.
Yeah, and it really went, it's a little bit even more drastic than that. It ran up to 25.83 and then touched back down to 16.52 from August to beginning of October.
So I can't go and assume that if anything, like if you had, I do know that if your calls, those aren't going to work. Assuming though that you have puts, I don't know that it's going to change anything, but what my thought is go short it.
Those still have to be paid out. I mean, somebody will. So whoever wrote that contract is on the hook to pay you. So if you've got $50 puts, whoever you bought that contract from is on the hook to pay you $4.20.
Yes.
On each share.
And the premium.
Well, that's the thing is I think you lose. I think the premium's gone. I think you only get the difference.
No,
I don't think the
no, no,
premium
no.
has any
When
value.
Tesla,
Yeah,
no,
but
I'm
Tesla,
talking
but Tesla
about.
didn't go private. That's the difference. Tesla talked
No,
about it,
no,
but it
no.
didn't. You know.
Right. No, what I'm saying though is there's a. It says that they usually put a little higher of a premium on the shares and say, hey, I'm willing to buy it for this. What did he go and buy it for? 44 billion?
Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean. That premium's gone. We're there. You got 20 cents premium on it. We're at $54.
My thought is what if they end up crashing it to like 40?
Oh, that could happen. That could happen.
And then selling it saying, "Oh, well, there's the $4 in premium that they gave us on top for every." You know what I mean? Like that's where they got the 4 out of.
But well, I don't understand who's trading all these shares. I don't understand it.
Nobody.
You know, there's almost 47 million shares traded. Who is trying to get
day traders?
Yeah. Okay. So even if we say, let's even say 30 million of that, who else is trading? Like, why would you trade? Why would you sell something right now for $53.91, knowing that it's going to be worth that it's going to be worth $54.20 tomorrow? Like, what sense does that make? Am I right? Am I missing something here? Is there a reason to?
Why would they be selling that tomorrow at 54, whatever?
Yeah, I mean, you know, typically on these kind of deals, when it's a buyout situation, not so much a buying and taking private, we usually see an immediate spike, and it's usually a much quicker process. It's not usually Elon announces back in May, you know, and then get dragged out for 5 months in the process. Although some of them, we got the Activision Microsoft thing still dragging out. So there are situations like that, but typically you'll see that big pop to right around exactly what we've seen with Weber. Still weird that Weber's trading above the premium, but so Weber got the buyout for 6.25. It shot up to, you know, 6.75, and it's been holding there.
Ooh. And if you're gonna buy a grill, at least buy something better than a Weber, please.
But this is the reverse situation there, Enzo, where if you know that eventually this share is going to be worth $6.25, you know it. You know, you don't know exactly when that date is. Why would anyone on earth be holding it at 6.76? You know what I mean? If you have the opportunity to sell above what it's, you know, that's like saying if Twitter was at $56 right now, that people are going to hold it for that $54.20 mark.
You got to assume that it's either less knowledgeable people that aren't doing their research, don't have us, don't
I like that.
Don't think. That. Well, I'm saying like they don't have us to be able to go and yell at them and say, "Hey, yo, this is here." Their phone's probably in their pocket. They haven't missed today because they're out having a good time with the kids and family or whatever, out playing golf. But they might be missing something like this. I can't give you a good answer for that, honestly. I would like to go and assume that they aren't but like they're definitely.
Well, I mean, at least Weber, there's only 477,000 trades, so it's not. But with Twitter, 50 million trades. I don't know.
That's a lot of volume. I get. What's their average?
They're right around their average. Let me see. I want to say it's about the same. Surprisingly. Now that's a 90-day average, and Twitter's been super volatile since this thing started going on. Oh, I wasn't even close. I'm sorry. 16 million is the average. So
3 times?
3 times, yeah. What's
the one bad thing that you can take from learning? What's the one thing that you can go and look at and say, that's it?
What?
Anything on that?
On what? What are we talking about?
On Weber. What's the one thing that you could say that's bad about Weber?
They only make charcoal grills. I don't know. I look at Weber. I look at anything that has to do with Weber in the past as irrelevant now with that deal on the table. Are you saying as far as charting wise, what stands out?
No, I'm saying in general, what did... There's got to be some little piece of downside that goes in.
Oh, I'm looking at it like there must be a chance that this deal isn't going to go through. That would be my assumption.
That would make.
And if you get a potential run up, you run it past that premium price, the deal comes off the table. That gives the people that know about that deal being off the table a chance to even sell and make more money at the top.
It does make.
That's an interesting
as much
question,
as that kind of sounds like, oh yeah, their whole deal's gonna fall through. Ooh, no, like that's actually plausible for that to happen.
Well, and it might not fall through on it might fall through on the sense of
somebody gets too over leveraged in.
I don't know if you might not. Be
I
able
could
to
see
hear
that
me now.
just going and compounding a bunch of problems. If somebody was saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the top side, let's go and buy a bunch of Weber," because that's what I want to say Wall Street bets last time. Or I think that's what they ran on some type of news. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, Hills, institutional. I don't know. I think I would rather probably
what time and who's
check your mute
today?
because you probably can't hear me.
It is Microsoft. No. Who's earnings after Apple? I think I just had a stroke.
You're right, Nunya. Serenity within.
Yep, realized it.
So yes,
Bah.
Hills. Back to what I was saying.
I'm sorry, bro.
Institutional, I think, gives you. It depends on what those institutions are. I think when you look at companies that like that are invested in by like ARK, things like that, I think that's a bullish sign for the future. I think when you have BlackRock and Vanguard companies like that, I think it's a good sign, but I think you got to also be aware of the influence that they try to have on certain companies. So retail, obviously, you probably get less stability, and I don't know exactly what's constituted as a retail trader when they say retail owns this much. So like if I take control of my 401k myself and invest it, am I a retail trader now? You know, as opposed to having somebody else handle that. But institutions haven't been any better than retail traders in the last 10 months. I'm sure some of them have, but I don't know. I don't know if there's a black and white answer on that. TDOC is 88% institution, but a stock like Centro has 53% retail. I don't know. I think institutions probably better for the long run. You have more stability, but I think retail can obviously push a stock short term, probably have a higher effect. 10 minutes left, guys. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And that's a risk to take there, Birdie. I mean, it's obviously anything can happen. I haven't seen anything that would say that it's not going to fall through, but hey, we live in a all the world's a stage, Birdie, so you never know. and a little bit of more turn to the downside for the market. NASDAQ now down almost 1.5%. S&P slipping down to 0.5% losses. The Dow Jones, the belle of the ball, still up 0.75% on the day. And CBS Frog, I seen you asking about, is it worth taking a chance catching a falling knife on Credit Suisse? I wouldn't. And Birdie Hunter's talked a little bit more about that. Credit Suisse or possibly Deutsche Bank. I think he leans more towards Deutsche Bank, possibly, allegedly. I don't know what I have to say before that. Possibly, maybe being the scapegoat. If you're looking for maybe a little bit of immediate upside, possibly, but I would be very careful with that. Down 20% on the day, 384. That's ticker symbol CS. How you making out over there, Enzo? I don't non-refundable. I wish I had a clever answer for you on that. Like I said, it's I don't know. Because like I said, I don't understand who would be selling their shares right now at $53.80 if they knew they were going to get bought for 60 cents more tomorrow. Maybe there is a percentage of misinformed people. Maybe they want to play it safe and figure I can have this money in my account right now, as opposed to holding out for that 60 cents on the thought that maybe it doesn't go through. So I mean, especially if you're in Twitter, say you bought into Twitter at $40 or something like that around there, and maybe you just don't want the hassle. You don't want even if it's just a 0.001% risk of the deal falling through and the stock actually tanking, which could happen. If something comes out overnight, the deal doesn't go through, the stock tanks. So maybe people are just protecting. It's not a. Some people might not be looking at it like, okay, it's a 40 cent loss if I sell now compared to tomorrow. They might be looking at it like, hey, I'm already up, whatever. Let's just get out of this, free up that capital. I'm just trying to think of what people could be thinking. Non-refundable. Looked like it was dropping a lot harder than it actually is, because the chart's been just a barcode. Like, you don't usually see barcoding the way that it did on that kind of volume. So you back with us now, sports fan? I don't know if he is.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I went and had to take a detour through my settings.
I think it's that Roomba
here's the drop.
Keeps picking you up when you walk away. Or maybe an Alexa or something. You got something like that like picks up your
Gotta be
Bluetooth. Sounds like
it's
it just
gotta
happened
be
again.
It did.
I mean, it did, like, on command.
Yeah, there you go. You go from like HD voice to like, we got Enzo live driving truck somewhere out there, coming through on a staticky connection.
Great.
And
I don't know, man.
now we lost camera. Birdie's saying he is and we're back. Staying away from Credit Suisse. That's away from it. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes to make all those last minute plays. If you want something risky, if you're setting something up for tomorrow. Enzo, what are you liking going into the market? If you're buying now, in preparation tomorrow, what are you liking? Are you setting up any positions as we speak?
I've set up a bunch of stuff at the top side.
Okay. So I got this SPY put that I bought that's up, let me see, 15%.
Still got 5 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't expire till Monday. I just picked it up a minute ago. 374 put. Or 371 put, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're going for it.
Yeah.
You lick the stamp and send it there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I like it.
But I like your dot of it right here.
I mean, I like it.
I'm just worried about Apple. I'm worried about Apple with if these earnings come in anything good, just in relation to what we've seen already. Apple could look like a man among mice. That's true too, Hills Bills. That's very true too. If there is an institutional sell-off, it's going to bring a lot more pain. Great point. I think a retail sell-off can gain momentum probably a little bit quicker, but you're never going to have the same volume as the institutional volume, so it's probably not going to matter. All right, 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Get all those last-minute moves in. What's Apple doing? What kind of momentum's Apple getting going into this? I think they gotta be the. They gotta barely.
Can you hear me?
A little bit. Still.
Just up.
That should fix.
Yeah, that sounds better. Lost your camera though.
Yeah. Apologize. I still think we're seeing downside. I like to think that it's gonna go and just turn around and hold. I don't know that it's going to. I'm still seeing downside. I'm gonna play downside.
Apple's moving down here into over those 3% losses. 2 minutes left to go. S&P slipping 0.2%. Nasdaq down 1.7. Dow Jones still holding, but only up 0.5%. How's it?
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see a huge a huge amount of buying on Apple, and then an immediate reversal to the downside. We got about 50 seconds. No, it's going to be a very interesting one. Oh, by the way, that spy call or that spy call out earlier, I was looking for like that 379. I was 2 hours off, but it's right where it literally just smacked that area.
Okay.
Using this trend right here as resistance now at the 379.85. 15 seconds, probably 5 by the time you guys see this.
Yeah.
And a ding, ding.
And that's a
now,
wrap.
We get an immediate gap up on the SPY into VWAP, immediate red to the downside. Hopefully it goes and wants to break back through that. If it does, where does Apple go?
5th straight green day for the Dow. Dow's
beautiful. Well, man, it was fun.
Always is.
I mean, I'm Batman.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna watch the talking heads. Give me their opinions on these earnings.
I might have to join you with that. I gotta go get the
big ones: Apple, Amazon, and Intel. Yeah. I gotta get. I gotta help Nikki with some homework actually. So I want to get that done quick while they're doing this and give us the whole night.
I hear.
We playing Call of Duty with Caesar later or what? Or does that
Is
wait,
it today?
Does that have to wait until the weekend? You let us know, Caesar.
I mean, is that today or?
Might be a weekend thing. Maybe a tomorrow night thing.
No, I'm saying, is the game live? There's the spy.
Yeah, I forgot. Caesar wants to buy this stupid new one.
Bye. Spy is bye Apple, Tesla later. Funny how Apple's the only one thing green. Oh, hey, buy me.
I forgot. That. What time can you trade spy options till? 4:30.
I'm not 100% sure. Are you on what exchange are you on?
Weeble, and they both sold after the bell.
Oh, then yeah, you're fine. You can see right now that the spy isn't playing any games right now, and neither is Tesla.
What's Tesla doing? Oh wow. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go help him with his homework real quick, and then get into these earnings. Amazon results are out. Oh, look at Amazon down. Just a cool 16% on those earnings.
Oh, is that it? Oh!
Make it 18%.
Gee. Oh!
Wow, they missed on revenue too. That's big. 127 billion up against 127.1 billion up against estimate of 127.46.
Let's go.
20%. Amazon down at $88 a share. Whoo-wee.
Let's go. Oh my God. I know a lot of people are about to be very happy with that.
Crazy.
I appreciate each and every one of you guys.
Oh yeah, football tonight.
Wow.
I'm sure we'll be watching that in there. Getting it
Yeah,
going.
I might have a poker game up.
Amazon down 20%, and this guy on CNBC, I'm watching his hairline run right away from him as he announces this. His kids are no longer going to be able to go to college. I can tell by the look in his eyes.
Hey guys,
this is bad.
Apple's gone. Amazon's gone. It's bringing everything down with it. The first place I'm even willing to examine bottom is 375, then 372, but ultimately 370, and I think we're going there immediately. I do not think we're going to stop. I don't think we'll collect $200.
Do not collect $200.
Yeah, no, I'm chilling in Park Place and Cuts. Done.
All right, well, I got to go do some homework with the boy. Everybody, it's been amazing, as always. Check us out in the Discord tonight, and make sure to tune in tomorrow. It's Friday, Halloween weekend. We'll get things started the right way. Much love. Talk to you guys on the flip side. Enzo, thank you as always. And
thank you.
Talk to you in a minute.
Like.